Chapter 908. Yang Fan knitted his brows tightly and didn't even have the time to savor the soft and fragrant feeling of Wan'er sitting on his lap. Naturally, he didn't notice Wan'er's slightly knitted brows. He muttered for a moment and shook his head. I originally thought that we would be able to defeat the hidden sect in a single move by using the rations. Therefore, we have been attacking with all our strength and didn't have any defensive strategies. It won't work now. I have to go back and ponder on how to deal with their counterattack. Wait for a moment, Lang Jun. Wan'er stood up and paced back and forth in the room. She knitted her brows and seemed to be in deep thoughts. The Emperor might not visit the Three Yang Palace often, but the furnishings were all there. The house that Wan'er chose was called the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. The front window had bamboo, and the back window had flowing water. Orchids were planted beside the flowing water. Even though the windows were closed, a delicate fragrance still seeped in and filled the room with fragrance. The bamboo shadows were dancing outside the window, creating a beautiful scene. Such a gentle and fragrant environment and such a charming and beautiful woman complemented each other perfectly. Yang Fan didn't have the mood to appreciate it. Seeing that she was in deep thoughts, he didn't want to disturb her thoughts. After waiting for a long time, Wan'er still remained silent. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, Wan'er, what exactly happened? Wan'er shook her head lightly and said, This servant suddenly thought of something. It seems to be related to Yen province, but I can't confirm if I remembered it wrongly. Wan'er suddenly said to Yang Fan, Lang Jun, please wait here. Wan'er will be back soon. Finishing her statement, Wan'er didn't wait for Yang Fan's reply and left in a hurry. Yang Fan didn't know what Wan'er was going to do. When he saw her leaving in a hurry, he got up from the bed and slowly walked to the hall in front to sit down and ponder quietly. Using the rations as a breakthrough point to deal a fatal blow to the hidden sect. From the looks of it, only Yang Fan was busy. Yang Fan had used the official forces to submit a memorial. He first made a feint to attract the hidden sect's attention to the Grand Plains storehouse, drawing out the resources that the hidden sect possessed to replenish the Grand Plains storehouse's deficit. He then immediately made a move on the Dan province and the Feng province. In this process, other than a trusted aide sent by Yang Fan, there were only 2 imperial censors from the imperial court. Other than giving Yang Fan ideas, the entire Xian sect didn't do anything else. Actually, that was not the case. How did Yang Fan accurately locate his targets at Taiyuan Warehouse, Danzhou Warehouse, and Fuzhou Warehouse? To determine where they would attack, Xian Zong had used large amounts of manpower and resources. The Battle of Chang happened 2 years ago. Back then, other than the many grain merchants with the backing of the obvious and hidden sects, there were also many ordinary grain merchants who heard the news and saw the profits. This served as a great cover for the grain merchants with the backing of the hidden sects. Now, they were investigating them one by one according to the few remaining clues. If it were the imperial court, even if they sent all the officials of the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate to investigate publicly, they would not be able to find out everything in a short time. The Xian sect had to eliminate the ordinary grain merchants from the intermittent clues and find the people with the backing of the hidden sect. Then, they had to analyze if the grain they used that day was their own grain or if they borrowed it. If they borrowed it, then they must have colluded with the local warehouse officials. Next, they had to investigate if the deficit had been made up for. All of these steps weren't easy to accomplish. Especially during the investigation, they had to pay attention to concealment and not let the hidden sects find out what they were investigating. The effort needed was even greater, and if it wasn't the Xian sect, no one else could do it. Because they had already put in so much effort, when they decided to start the operation, they would put in all their effort and wanted to accomplish everything in one go. But now, the fake target, Taiyuan Warehouse, was no longer a problem. Imperial Censorship, who originally had high hopes for the Dan province, didn't have any progress. Now that the autumn harvest had begun, even if there were any problems at the Dan province, The alerted hidden sects would use this year's autumn harvest to purchase the surplus grain from the farmers to make up for the deficit. As the main target, Phong Province, was no longer a problem. All Yang Fan could do was to quickly return to defend and prevent the hidden sects from counterattacking. As Yang Fan pondered with a heavy heart, Shanghai Wanner hurried to the guardian room. Originally, the emperor didn't need to bring documents and past memorials to the Li Palace. But this time, he left Luoyang because of the threat of the flood. No one knew if the flood could drown the palace. Therefore, all the important documents were transported out. Just these things alone took up to 10 carts. In less than 15 minutes after Wanner arrived at the guardian room, a large group of literate palace maids and eunuchs came. The palace doors were already opened, and in the guardian room, there were mountains of secret books and documents from the palace, including all the memorials for the past 10 years. Wanner ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone, start searching immediately. As long as it's a memorial from Yenzhou, pick it out." These palace maids and eunuchs didn't know what Shangguan Daizhao wanted to do. Some of them, because their positions were too low, usually only stood far away and saluted when they saw this Minister of Internal Affairs. They didn't even hear her say a word. Now that Shangguan Daizhao personally ordered them to do something, all of them were in fear and trepidation and worked extremely hard. For a moment, in the spacious hall of the guardian room, countless palace maids and eunuchs were busy. A close maid brought over a 10,000-character knot and a brocade stool. Wanner sat down leisurely. Someone brought over a cup of almond cheese that was as white as milk. Wanner took it in her hands and sipped on it, quietly waiting for news. During the Tang dynasty, there were seasonal drinks for all 4 seasons. For example, in spring, there was fragrant drink and peach blossom drink. In summer, there was black plum drink and sugar drink. In autumn, there was lotus house drink and fragrant grass drink. In winter, there was wolfberry drink and ginseng drink. In the palace, there were also ice chips and sesame drink and other high-grade drink. Wanner loved the apricot drink made from almonds. Her close maids knew what she liked and naturally fawned over her. To be made, this servant found a copy here. A palace maid found a memorial to the imperial court from the Yenzhou prefecture and happily handed it to Wanner. Wanner quickly took it and flipped through it. This was submitted to the imperial court in the first year of proving holiness by the Yenzhou prefecture. However, by the time the imperial court received the memorial, the year had already been changed to the first year of 10,000 years of heavenly book. Wu Zetian, who liked to change year names, had changed her year name twice in this year. Because of this, the time on the cover of the memorial was changed. It was a bit conspicuous and was noticed by the lucky palace maid. This was the year when Xue Huai burned down Mingtang and heaven. Wu Zetian ordered them to rebuild Mingtang and cast the 9 cauldrons. The Yenzhou prefecture received the news and submitted a memorial to the imperial court. In reality, it was to show off its merits to the emperor. Shanghai Wanner saw that it had nothing to do with what she wanted, so she casually put it aside. After a while, another eunuch found a memorial to the Yenzhou prefecture and hurriedly presented it to Wanner as if he was presenting a treasure. Wanner opened it and read it. Her eyebrows raised in delight. She gracefully stood up and said, "You all continue to search. Put the Yenzhou prefecture's memorials together and wait for me to read them." Finishing her statement, Wanner held onto the memorial and left quickly. She headed straight for her residence. Yang Fan sat in the front hall and pondered repeatedly. His mind gradually outlined some concrete steps to prevent the hidden sect from retaliating. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Wanner had been gone for a long time and hadn't returned. Yang Fan saw that the sun was setting, and it was nearing dusk. He wanted to leave first and get Rinwei to pass on the information. The earlier he made preparations, the lesser the losses, right? Just as he stood up, Wanner hurriedly walked in. Her footsteps were hurried, but her shoulders didn't sway, and her sleeves didn't sway. She was like the floating clouds and flowing water. "Erlang, look at this!" Wan smiled like a flower as she handed the memorial to Yang Fan. How could a memorial be read by just anyone? However, there were only the two of them now, and Yang Fan didn't have any reservations. Although he was curious, he didn't ask and immediately flipped open the memorial to read it carefully. Requesting Yenzhou to exempt money and provide relief. When he saw the title, Yang Fan was startled. He looked at the date and saw that it was the first year of the San calendar, which was 2 years ago. Yang Fan continued to read. This was a memorial from the Yenzhou provincial governor, Xie Yubin, to the imperial court. The memorial said, "The jurisdiction of Yenzhou is different from the interior. There are frequent wars at the borders, and it has harmed Yenzhou. There are endless natural disasters and years of drought. As a result, the land is bitterly cold and barren. People have to sell their children, and the people have no way to make a living." The memorial also said, "This official has been in office for 7 years. I have tried all means to mediate, enrich the household, and pacify the borders. However, I am only barely able to provide food and clothing for the people. I am truly ashamed of the imperial court's great expectations of the emperor. This year there has been a great drought, and it hasn't rained for months. There is no hope for farming, and there are no products to be produced. There are no merchants, and I am afraid that the people will have no way to make a living again." In the Tang dynasty, the transfer of provincial governors was not frequent, and the transfer of provincial governors in the northern regions was even less frequent. It was common for a provincial governor to be in office for 8 to 10 years. Because the local area was poor, and there were frequent foreign invasions, if the local governor was transferred too frequently, he would be transferred before he could familiarize himself with the area. It would be difficult for him to manage the area well. Therefore, it was not unusual for the Yenzhou provincial governor to be in office for 7 years. Looking at this memorial, it was voluminous and full of pleas for the people. Provincial Governor Xie was doing his utmost to plead for the imperial court to exempt money and grain from Yenzhou, and to provide relief to the victims of the disaster. Because of his own incompetence in managing the area, he frequently requested relief from the imperial court, causing him to be anxious and uneasy. The image of an honest and upright official who loved and cared for the people appeared vividly on the paper. Below the memorial, there were also the emperor's comments. As soon as Yang Fan saw the handwriting, he knew that it was written by Wan on behalf of the emperor. Yang Fan patted the memorial and said, "This is a memorial to the Yenzhou prefecture. Because of the years of famine, the people are poor. The imperial court is requesting for the imperial court to exempt money and grain and to provide relief." "Why do you want me to look at this?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Fan suddenly froze in place. He opened his mouth and was tongue-tied, unable to say anything. After being frozen for a long time, Yang Fan hurriedly lowered his head and looked at the memorial again. He stared at it with wide eyes for a long time. There was no mistake. It was indeed a memorial from the Yenzhou prefecture. The inscription and seal were undoubtedly from the Yenzhou prefecture. Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and looked at Wan. Wan gently nodded her head and said, "At first, I was worried that I would remember wrongly. Now that I have found this memorial, there is no doubt about it. Below, there is also the official reply that I wrote on behalf of the emperor. Yenzhou is exempted from money and grain for a year, and 80,000 dan of grain is given as relief." Yang Fan murmured, "Yenzhou has been suffering from drought for years. The people are short of food and clothing, and they often need the imperial court to provide relief. But in the blink of an eye, they were actually able to gather 100,000 dan of grain to make up for Yenzhou's deficit?" Wan Er's eyes sparkled. "This time, Lang Jun, I'm afraid that you will dig out a giant rat that is even bigger than a hamster." Yang Fan said, "Not just that. I'm afraid that if we investigate this seriously, the entire bureaucracy in the northwest will collapse." Wan sweetly said, "Lang Jun went to the southern border. Countless heads fell, and hundreds of officials lost their jobs. This time, will the Northwest suffer because of Langjun again? Yang Fan said. Actually, there is something I haven't told you. Wan Er's pair of beautiful eyes slightly widened. She asked, What is it? Yang Fan said, When I was young, I followed my teacher out to sea. At night, I saw a large star in the sky. It was more than 2 feet long. The starry sky was a rare sight. My teacher wanted to name me Xingqi because of it. Wan Er thought about it. She also knew about this strange event. How could she not remember that Wu Zetian changed her era name because of it? Wan Er couldn't help but say, What do you mean? Are you the reincarnation of a jinx? Yang Fan said seriously, Looking at it now, I'm afraid so. Chapter 909. We can use the secret memorials in the Imperial Censor. Taiping has contacts in the Imperial Censor. I can also. In an instant, Wan thought of a countermeasure, but before she could finish, Yang Fan interrupted. No. This time, let me report it to the Emperor. Yang Fan wanted to use the power of the government, but the official procedures were too complicated. Their efficiency would inevitably be affected. And no matter which yamen was involved, it was hard to say that the matter would be so secretive that it would not be discovered. So, Yang Fan decided to personally talk to the Emperor. Dealing directly with the Emperor would be much more efficient. Wan frowned. You are a general in the army. I'm afraid it is against the rules to discuss this matter with the Emperor. Yang Fan smiled. It is not that I'm afraid it is against the rules. However, our Emperor is not a person who follows the rules. What are you afraid of? In the Emperor's heart, I am one of his confidants. If I talk about something that has nothing to do with me, the Emperor will not think I am overstepping my authority. Instead, he will think that I only have the Emperor in my heart. Besides, I will think of a way. I will not directly criticize or impeach anyone. Wan couldn't stop Yang Fan from saying this. But she thought about it and asked worriedly, Then what do you say? You are a general in the Imperial Army. How could you know about Yenzhou? Once the Emperor finds out that you are particularly concerned about local affairs, I'm afraid he will be wary of you. Yang Fan said, What is so difficult about that? My family has more than 30 shops. Before Yang Fan could finish, Wan cried out, More than 30 shops? Xiao Man is that capable? She actually opened more than 10 shops? Yang Fan rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. That girl seems to be very interested in making money. I can't do anything about it. Wana rolled her eyes at him. Enough. You don't know how proud you are to have such a capable wife. Yang Fan laughed and put his arm around her fragrant shoulder. In a gentle voice he said, My Wan my dear wife, not only is you a female prime minister, you are also a great scholar who can weigh the world, you are equally amazing. Wan shrugged her shoulders and coquettishly said, Go! Stop flattering me. Yang Fan's perverted hand slid down to her plump and perky buttocks. He smiled and said, Yes, I'll just touch it. Wan slapped his hand away. She blushed and said, You are getting more and more daring. We are in the main hall. Don't interrupt me. Tell me what you're going to say. Yang Fan said, Every year Yenzhou reports disasters. Every year the Imperial Court provides relief. Other people may not necessarily care about this matter, nor do they know about it, but the Emperor must remember, right? Wan said, That's right. So what? Yang Fan said, That's it. My family runs more than 30 shops. Among them, there is a fur shop in the north, south, and west cities. We have always purchased fur from the north and west. If my shop's employees pass by Yenzhou and have some information, they can come back and tell me. I will then find an opportunity to tell the Emperor. How about it? Hehe, whether Yenzhou is rich or poor, I don't know. I only want to tell the Emperor what my family has seen and heard. Yang Fan's words were a bit vague, but Wan understood. She rolled her eyes and nodded slightly. That's a good reason. Yang Fan said proudly, Of course. I won't even mention anything about Yanzhou. Do you think Page Yuanma doesn't know how to submit a memorial to defend himself and let those corrupt officials slander him? By his side, cough cough, although he is inexperienced, he comes from a big family. This time he is going to Yanzhou to be the provincial governor. I don't believe the Pei family won't send a few experienced advisors to assist him. In this way, when his memorial reaches the emperor, plus my words, won't the emperor be suspicious? Our emperor's paranoia has always been very serious. Wan'er glanced at Yang Fan. Her eyes, which were like dots of paint, were like a little bird tilting its head to look at people. It was very cute. Yang Fan said proudly, "What do you think?" Wan'er's face slowly revealed a smile that was not a smile. She said, "You're so amazing, Erlang. You didn't even move your eyes, and your lie was flawless. Tell me, have you ever lied to me?" Yang Fan immediately shook his head and said, "No." Wan'er asked doubtfully, "Really?" Yang Fan said, "I really haven't. Because everything you have is mine. Even you are mine. What else is there for me to lie to?" Wan'er smiled. At this time, she didn't care whether they were in the hall or not. She threw herself into his arms and opened her mouth with her pearly white teeth. She gently bit his shoulder. The two of them hugged each other. It was quiet for a long time. Wan'er said softly, "Accompany me for dinner tonight." Yang Fan hesitated and said, "But you," Wan'er said, "of the people who serve me, who can't see the relationship between you and me? Don't worry, no one will speak carelessly." And Yang Fan agreed and gently hugged her slender waist. Wan'er took the opportunity to sit in his arms. Ah! Wan'er had just sat down when she jumped up as if she had been pricked by a needle. She glanced at the bulging tent under his crotch. She was angry and funny at the same time. She said, Can you not be so useless?" Yang Fan said innocently, "How can you blame me for this? Who asked my Wan'er to be as beautiful as a flower? You're out of this world." Wan'er rolled her eyes at him again. She was very happy and very sweet. Which woman didn't like to be praised for their beauty, especially when the praise came from her man? Seeing him moved by her, she naturally felt very proud. Yang Fan looked at the sky and suddenly stood up. He grabbed Wan'er's leg and walked into the inner room. Wan'er was shocked and said, "What are you doing?" As they spoke, the two of them had already turned around the screen. They heard Yang Fan's voice coming from behind the screen. There was a hint of laughter in his voice. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Of course I'm doing what you and I love to do the most." Before his voice faded away, a jade belt was already placed on the screen, followed by a moon-white robe. Wan'er's voice was a little pleading. "No. We left the palace in a hurry. I didn't bring any medicine." Yang Fan said, "It's already like this. What do you think we should do?" Wan'er spat at him and said, "Hurry up and put away that ugly thing." Why don't I?" Yang Fan said, "What? I can't hear you." Wan'er said angrily, "I won't say it. You did it on purpose." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Fine, fine, fine. But, of course I have to play the flute. It's just a flute. Can it make your little Erlang submit to you wholeheartedly? Come on, my good wife. Just this once. How can there be such a coincidence?" The two of them pulled and tugged. Half pushing and half giving, the jade flower white silk shirt was placed on the screen. Next was the scarlet silk pant. Then it was the jade red lotus cheetah. The best of the two, the best of the four. Autumn's Mount Song was mottled and mottled. The wind blew through the pines. In the Three-Yang Palace, the trees were dense, shading the sun. There were stones by the river. The mountain creeks were deep and long. The stone walls were sharp. Green leaves and yellow flowers covered the cliff. The strange rocks looked like old men nodding their heads. Some looked like children clapping their hands. Some looked like eagles spreading their wings. Some looked like cows chewing their cud. They were of different sizes and shapes. Water flowed between the rocks. Although autumn was beautiful, there was a sense of desolation. This was the third day of their stay at Three Yang Palace. Wu Zetian, who was already 76 years old, was accompanied by Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong as they slowly walked through the mountains, rivers, and forests. Wu Zetian, who was intelligent by nature, skilled in politics, and ambitious as high as the heavens, could not help but feel a little depressed. In front of them, there was a dark green pond. In the pond there was a large rock sticking out of the water. It was about 20 feet tall and 10 feet wide. A person wearing a loose robe was sitting on it. He was looking down at a piece of paper. It seemed to be a letter. The wind gently ruffled his robe. It was like he was in a painting. "It's General Yang." Zhang Changzong took a look and said in surprise, "This rock is very far from the shore. How did he get on it?" In the blink of an eye, they saw a bamboo raft tied to the rock. Zhang Changzong laughed. "You scared me. I thought General Yang could cross the water on a duckweed." Wu Zetian smiled and stopped. She asked curiously, "What is he looking at? He's so engrossed." Zhang Yizhi heard and called, "General Yang, the saint is here." Yang Fan seemed to be engrossed in reading on the rock. When he heard Zhang Yizhi's call, he turned his head and exclaimed. He hurriedly kept the letter and jumped onto the bamboo raft. He pushed the bamboo pole and reached the shore in no time. Dodging a few large rocks, he bowed deeply to Wu Zetian and said, "Subject Yang Fan greets the saint." Now that Yang Fan is the 1,000 cavalry general and the emperor's bodyguard, he followed the people in the palace and addressed Wu Zetian as the saint. This is how the people in the palace address the emperor. Those who are not close to the emperor can only address her as Her Majesty or Emperor. Even though it is just a title, it shows the difference between them. Wu Zetian smiled. "Yang Fan, you are so relaxed. What are you doing here?" Yang Fan bowed and replied, "Subject is reading a letter from home and did not notice the saint's arrival. I ask for the saint's forgiveness." Wu Zetian smiled and waved her hand slightly. "No problem. How is your family?" Yang Fan said, "Thanks for the saint's concern. My family is well. When I followed the emperor to Sanyang Palace, I told my wife and children to hide at the Dragon's Gate. The letter said that there is less rain now. My wife plans to return to Luoyang after reading for 2 more days. My family is running a business. The leather goods bought from Longyu were delayed on the road due to the heavy rain. I had to brave the rain to transport them here. I'm afraid the tide has returned these days. If the water recedes, I have to quickly dry them to get rid of the moisture. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will be damaged. It is quite a big expense. If I don't look after them personally, my wife will not be at ease." It was rare for the emperor to be as long-winded as Yang Fan. Other people were afraid that they would say something wrong. The emperor would answer every question he asked, and would answer every question he asked. He would not say much, but Yang Fan seemed to be chatting with the emperor. And Wu Zetian, who had been seeking power for her entire life, liked to listen to such trivial matters. She only smiled and nodded without any impatience. "That last Xiaoman is quite capable. I am the one who arranged the marriage for you. How bad can she be?" Wu Zetian had been a matchmaker once before. She was very proud. "Someone from your family went to Longyu to buy leather goods? How was it? Did you see any disasters along the way?" Yang Fan said, "No. The saint is wise and the 4 seas are at peace. Now that there is a sudden heavy rain, only the cities along the Luo River are affected. The other areas are fine. My family came back and said that from Longyu we passed through Shuafang, Yenzhou, and Danzhou. They are all prosperous and the people live and work in peace." Chapter 9-10. Which emperor didn't wish for peace and contentment in the 4 seas under his rule? Wu Zetian was delighted to hear Yang Fan's words, but after Yang Fan finished, she pointed at Yang Fan with a smile and said, "Ah, you only know how to pick nice words to coax me. It's fine if it's anywhere else, but Yenzhou is a place with poor mountains and poor rivers. Every year there's a drought. If the common people can have enough to eat and wear, I'll be content. prosperity, and prosperity can't be associated with there. Yang Fan's face turned red when he heard this, and he hurriedly explained, in front of a saint, I speak my mind and dare not deceive you. The prosperity of Yenzhou is something my family has seen with their own eyes. That place has abundant rain and crisscrossing paths. My family's hometown is in Yenzhou, and they left when they were young. Today they still have a few relatives in their hometown. Every year there's a good harvest. This is what my relatives said. Looking at their family's circumstances, they're really doing well. How can this be false? Wu Zetian let out a soft "oh" and said, then, maybe I remembered wrongly. Her expression was uncertain, and it was clear that she didn't mean what she said. The relief rations in Yenzhou were all distributed under her instructions, so how could she have remembered wrongly? Yenzhou was actually Yan'an. Don't think that it had always been desolate. In fact, the Sui dynasty and the early Tang dynasty were in the third warm period in China's history. There was plenty of rain, and the climate was warm. The vegetation in the north and northwest was also far less damaged than in later generations, so it was very suitable for farming. After the Tang dynasty was founded, great efforts were made to build irrigation works, and the people invented all kinds of new farming tools and crop varieties. With the increase of exchanges between China and the West, the government's policies were also heavily tilted toward agriculture. As a result, the north and northwest regions became important grain-producing areas. It wasn't until the Middle Tang dynasty that the weather gradually became colder, and the living conditions of the northern nomads became increasingly harsh. The Central Plains Empire also experienced a period of vigorous development, and the national strength began to weaken. Under these circumstances, the nomads in the north and northwest began to change their previous policy of looting and running. They continued to steadily expand their living space in the Central Plains. As a result, many areas that had become important grain-producing areas during the Sui and Tang dynasties degenerated because of war and the nomads' occupation. They once again became nomadic areas, and this situation continued for many years. Now, however, it wasn't the same. In the eyes of many future generations, the desolate and barren areas were now Little Guangzhou. However, Wu Zetian was not aware of this situation. The late Sui dynasty was in chaos and the Turks invaded the east. The Yenzhou region became sparsely populated and impoverished. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, many more years of hardships followed until the Turkic civil strife broke out and the eastern and western Turkic Khaganate split. Only then did the imperial court seize the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Turkic Khaganate and regain control of this region. After that, after many years of population expansion and land reclamation, the Yenzhou region gradually recovered its vitality. A long time ago, Wu Zetian had entered the palace. At the time, she was only 14 years old and had lived in the palace for many years. By the time she had gained political power, Yenzhou had once again become an agricultural area. But if the local officials deliberately concealed these things, how could Wu Zetian, who lived deep in the palace, know? Originally, it was very relaxing to listen to Yang Fan talk about trivial matters, but the last sentence was like a thorn, deeply piercing into Wu Zetian's heart. Wu Zetian was no longer in the mood to take a stroll. She immediately returned to the palace and summoned Wan. She told her to organize the files and read all the memorials to Yenzhou. Wan had already picked out the memorials related to Yenzhou, but she couldn't immediately send them to the emperor. Wan went back and waited for more than 2 hours before returning to the emperor's palace with a stack of memorials. Wu Zetian flipped through the memorials one by one, and her expression became more and more gloomy. She would rather believe that what was said in the memorials was true and that Yang Fan's family was just talking nonsense, purposely trying to give credit to their hometown. But if this matter was true, just thinking about it made people tremble with fear. The Son of Heaven was the ruler of the 4 seas, but it was impossible for the Son of Heaven to travel all over the mountains and rivers and look after every piece of her territory. The vast rivers and mountains had to be entrusted to her officials to look after. In this era, transportation was inconvenient, and information was not smooth. If the officials deliberately hid things from her, then wouldn't she become deaf, blind, and a puppet at the mercy of others? She didn't dare to think about the consequences. She had always been suspicious, and the consequences of this matter were so serious. How could she be vague about it? After thinking for a long time, Wu Zetian slowly said, "Go, summon the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Censorate." Wu Zetian hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly thought of something. She turned to Wan and said, "Tell me about this Yenzhou provincial governor's situation. Regarding the civil and military officials of the Manchurian court and the important officials of the prefectures, their biographies, and their political relationships, Shanghai Wan knew them all by heart. It was as if she was a moving archive. Because she was able to memorize the complicated political relationships between these officials, her pulse was accurate, and she was able to handle memorials without waiting for the Son of Heaven to speak. She was able to propose the most appropriate solution. Shanghai Wan-er's position as the female Minister of the Interior had not been shaken by anyone for so many years. How could she be easy to deal with? Wu Zetian slightly closed her eyes. Zhang Changzong gently massaged her head from behind as she listened to Shanghai Wan-er's narration. Shanghai Wan-er had only spoken halfway when Wu Zetian suddenly opened her eyes. She said in surprise, "This person was recommended by Qing Si?" Shanghai Wan-er gently lowered her beautiful eyelids and said in a low voice, "Yes." Wu Zetian's eyes flashed. "This person has already been in Yenzhou for 9 years. Why has Qing Si never thought of making a move against him?" Wu Zetian knew that the two nephews of Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, in order to fight for power, had wantonly installed their trusted aides as officials. However, both of them liked to place their trusted aides in the imperial court or the army. They placed them in a remote prefecture and never paid attention to them. This kind of thing was unavoidably strange. Shanghai Wan-er wanted to say something but hesitated. Wu Zetian saw it and said indifferently, "There are no outsiders here. There is no harm in saying what you want." Shanghai Wan-er said softly, "Yes. This Xie Yubin was originally the county magistrate of Ningyuan County in Zhenzhou. He once looked after the Prince of Wei very much." Wu Zetian suddenly understood. After she came to power, she had exiled several of her cousins to the desolate border. Among them, her cousin Wu Yuanshuang's family was exiled to Ningyuan County in Zhenzhou, now Sanya in Hainan. Wu Qingxi was Wu Yuanshuang's son. At that time, he was also in Ningyuan County. Presumably, this Xie Yubin, who was the county magistrate of Ningyuan County at that time, had looked after the Wu father and son, so Wu Qingxi returned the favor. Wu Zetian slowly leaned back in her chair. Zhang Changzong's snow-white and soft hands gently rested on her head, continuing to massage. Wu Zetian closed her eyes and said without batting an eyelid, "Continue." "Yes." Shanghai Wan-er continued to introduce Provincial Governor Xie's situation. From his resume, it was indeed the same time as Wu Qingxi's rise to power. It was also about 10 years ago. When she was preparing to kick away her puppet son and ascend the throne herself, she began to put the Wu clansmen in important positions. At that time, Wu Qingxi had just grasped great power and became a new noble in the imperial court. County Magistrate Xie was immediately transferred from the distant Ningyuan County in Zhenzhou to the capital. After serving as the Luoyang County Magistrate for less than a year, he was transferred to the Supreme Court. After only a year in the Supreme Court, he was promoted to the rank of minister. Soon after, Wu Zetian ascended to the throne and was bestowed the title of a meritorious minister. Meanwhile, this Xie Yubin was listed as a meritorious minister by Wu Qingxi and appointed as the provincial governor of Yenzhou. This person never moved from this place after arriving in Yenzhou. Wu Zetian could roughly guess the reason for this. Zhenzhou was a barren land with unruly mountains and unruly rivers. It was located in a rather desolate area. In an area with developed culture and education, scholars who were well-read might not necessarily be able to pass the imperial examinations. However, in a place like Zhenzhou, as long as one's handwriting didn't make any mistakes and his writing was somewhat organized, one could become an imperial scholar. How high could the quality of a county magistrate in this kind of place be? It was very likely that Wu Qingxi only promoted him to an official to repay a debt of gratitude. He didn't have any hopes of nurturing him into a capable confidant. Or perhaps, when he first allowed him to enter the Luoyang prefecture and the Supreme Court, it was a process of inspection and nurturing. However, during this period of time, this person's performance was mediocre. Only then did he get rid of him and return this debt of gratitude. After Shanghai Wan finished her report, the main hall immediately quieted down. After a long while, Zhang Yizhi coughed softly. Wu Zetian didn't open her eyes. She calmly asked, "Does Wulong have something to say?" Zhang Yizhi slowly said in a soft voice, "Sage, if this case is true, then it means that the entire Yenzhou is working together to deceive your majesty. Their arrogance is truly shocking. And this Yenzhou provincial governor is an old friend of the king of Wei. Are the two of them no longer in contact? I'm afraid not. Furthermore, this person was recommended by the king of Wei. If something happened to this person, the king of Wei's expression would inevitably turn ugly. If the king of Wei were to make a mistake and leak information to him, I believe that this case must be investigated. However, the fewer people who know about it, the better. If the Ministry of Justice or the Imperial Censorate were to send someone, I'm afraid that before the person even left the capital, the news would be leaked." Wu Zetian made a sound of agreement and said, "Does Wulong have a suitable candidate in mind?" Zhang Changzong rushed to say, "Sage, Changzong is willing to share your majesty's worries." "You!" Wu Zetian opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Changzong in astonishment. In her eyes, Zhang Changzong was her little lover, and also vaguely had the feeling of an elder doting on a younger generation. The only thing she didn't see him as a minister who could take charge of his own affairs, even though he was now an official under the title of Minister Fengchen. Zhang Changzong saw that Wu Zetian was a little funny and couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. His face and neck were red as he said, "Sage, Changzong will definitely complete this task well." Wu Zetian patted the back of his palm and said with a smile, "Of course I believe in your abilities, but it's better if you stay in the palace to accompany me. It's not a good task to eat and sleep in the open. How can I bear to let you work so hard?" Zhang Changzong angrily said, "Sage obviously doesn't believe in Changzong's abilities." Wu Zetian's face slightly darkened. Zhang Yizhi hurriedly said, "Wulong is young and insensible. Sage, please don't blame him. Speaking of which, Changzong has never been more than 100 miles away from Luoyang. No wonder he wants to go out for a walk. In my opinion, it's better to choose an honest and prudent person to take charge of this case. As for Wulong, let him follow along and treat it as a way to relax. If he really learns some skills, won't he be able to share your majesty's worries in the future?" Wu Zetian's face slightly relaxed. She slightly nodded and said, "Wulong's words are reasonable. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Zhang Yizhi smiled and said, "I think Sage has already thought of it. Since you want to test me, then I will say that this case was caused by a casual remark of Yang Fan. Yang Fan is your trusted minister and he doesn't get along well with the Prince of Wei. Therefore, there's no reason for him to be afraid of power and shelter a corrupt official. Sage has praised him for his bravery and strategy. If you ask this person to go, isn't he the best candidate?" Wu Zetian happily nodded and said to Zhang Changzong, who was still fuming, "All right, Wulong, don't be angry. I will appoint you as the main imperial envoy and Yang Fan as your deputy. You will go to Yenzhou to handle the case. Along the way, you must listen more and talk less. You can study hard. You can go sightseeing, but when investigating the case, you must not point fingers at Yang Fan. When Zhang Changzong heard that he was being appointed as the imperial envoy, he was wild with joy at first, but after listening to the latter part, he couldn't help but be angry and said, "In the end, aren't you still treating him like a child?" Chapter 9:11. The corn, which was originally green, dried up after the east wind blew. When the wind blew, the cornfield rustled and the heavy ears of corn nodded continuously. At this time, the corn was not completely ripe, but due to the limitations of harvesting, the farmers would not wait for the corn to turn golden before harvesting. At that time, how many grains of rice would be lost when harvesting the ripe corn? Wasting food would be like being struck by lightning. The farmers, men and women, old and young, all went to work together. They bent their backs and unhurriedly cut along the way. The corn stubble behind them was the same height, as if it had been measured with a ruler. The children followed behind, neatly bundling the harvested corn, then carrying it to the cart at the end of the field. They had to handle it with care, so as not to drop the corn. Parents would occasionally look back. If they saw the children casually throwing the corn into the cart, they would feel sorry for them and scold them. Rich people had ox carts with big wooden wheels, pulling a cart full of corn stacks. The ox cart creaked as it moved along the deeply rutted yellow road. The ox cart driver held a big whip as he followed the ox cart. He puffed out his chest and belly, and as he walked, he sang a sour song in a high-pitched voice. Hear my brothers singing, warm body on the cold windowsill. The poorer families had to rely on manpower to pull the cart. A sturdy man pulled the cart in front, his hair tied into a sheep's belly and a handkerchief, as if a pair of white horns had grown out of his forehead. His strength was also as great as that of an ox. The children followed behind. When they went downhill, they bounced and played, and when they went uphill, they stuck out their buttocks to help their father and brother push the cart. There were many empty fields in the village. Over the years, they had been flattened by large stone rollers. They had long been flat and smooth like mirrors. The harvested crops were placed on the fields. Some people were threshing the corn and bean pods with flail, which had been scorched by the sun. 7 or 8 people, each holding a flail, stood in a row. The flail rose and fell in unison, crackling like they were singing. There were also people who drove a few cows to trample back and forth on the fields covered with crop. The millet grains and beans would fall one after another in the constant trampling. When these crushed millet stalks and bean seedlings were picked up, the bare ground would be covered with grains. They would sweep them together and use dustpans to remove the dust. This was a village in Yenzhou's Linjin County. Under the shade of a tree by the side of the yard, a dozen or so people dressed in different clothes were resting. They were chatting and laughing as they watched the farmers work. Judging from their attire, these people were not from the town. It was said that they came from the city of Luoyang, where the emperor lived, and wanted to go to the west to buy furs from foreigners. Many of the people in town had never left the radius of 5 kilometers from the village in their entire lives. They didn't even know the name of Luoyang. It was only when the knowledgeable old Master Li Zheng explained it to them that they understood what it was. Master Li Zheng had to go to the county town every year, so he was someone who had seen the big city. Although the villagers had little experience, they were simple, kind, and hospitable. Hearing that these people lived in the same city as the great emperor, the farmers were in awe of these well-dressed noble guests. In front of these guests, even the most boorish men became reserved, for fear that they would be laughed at if they did something inappropriate. However, as long as they were a little further away from these distant noble guests, they immediately regained their composure. As a matter of fact, the man who was gently lashing the oxen's back with a small whip was happily singing, "Moo moo come, good 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 come." Who could imagine that when he was stopped by a guest who was more beautiful than a girl and whose skin was smoother than the buttocks of a newborn baby, He would be so embarrassed that his face turned red. Li Zheng's surname was Chen, and his name was Chen Dashan. He flashed a mouthful of yellow teeth at Zhang Changzong with a simple and honest smile. Nobles, don't mind them. They are all country bumpkins who have no experience. Merchants did not have much status in Luoyang, but in his eyes they were nobles. Furthermore, these nobles were very generous. They had only rested in the village, but they had casually given them many things. Although they were only needles and thread in the eyes of these nobles, they were only needles and thread. Beside the young man who was more beautiful than a girl was an extremely handsome man. He sat on a wooden stump and said to Chen Dashan with a smile, Chen Lijing, your village has had a good harvest this year. Chen Dashan beamed and said, That's right. It wasn't like this when I was young. These years, thanks to Grandpa the land's blessings, the weather has been good, and the harvest has been better every year. Our days have become more and more enjoyable. Zhang Changzong lightly said, The taxes will only be handed over after this batch of grain is harvested, right? Chen Dashan blinked his eyes in confusion. Ah? What did the nobles say? This nobleman did not look as easy to talk to as the other nobleman. Chen Lijing felt somewhat uneasy when speaking to him. He felt that although this nobleman was sitting on a small stool, he was even more impressive than the county's old master. He had seen the county's old master before. Once, when he entered the city to hand over the grain, the county's old master had opened a hearing. He had squeezed through the crowd and taken a glance from afar. Yang Fan said with a smile, It's rent. Chen Lijing was enlightened as he said, Oh. Nobleman said rent. That's right, we have to hand it over after this batch of grain is harvested. Our village has already harvested a crop of wheat, but the government does not harvest wheat. They only collect millet and millet. We eat the wheat ourselves, and the millet and millet are harvested to pay rent. If there's any surplus, we can exchange it for oil and salt. At this time of year, the main crops in the north were millet and millet. Some areas with sufficient water also planted rice. Although wheat was an exotic crop, it was also a dryland crop, but it required more irrigation than millet and millet. In addition, back then, the flour processing industry was backward. Normally, people cooked wheat like rice and millet before consuming it. It didn't taste good, so the poor people ate wheat rice. At that time, officials eating wheat rice was seen as incorruptible. Children eating wheat rice during the mourning period was seen as sincere mourning. If someone left wheat rice for themselves to eat for their elders, they would be scolded for being unfilial. Wheat's status in China's food system was only established during the Middle and Late Ming dynasty. Thus, the government collected taxes mainly on millet, and the wheat could only be eaten by the farmers themselves. Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong looked at each other and asked with a smile, Oh, how many mu of land does your village have? How much do you have to pay rent every year? After understanding the local villagers' harvests and rent payment over the years, Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong led their men and left. This was already the fourth village that they had visited. After Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong received the emperor's secret order, they made meticulous arrangements. Although the people in the Three Yang Palace were the nobles of the highest level and might not have spies from the hidden sect, they still laid down layers of smokescreens just in case. Yang Fan's disappearance was because he had returned to Luoyang to investigate the water situation and prepare to report to the emperor when the water level receded. This information was only known to the upper echelons, and anyone who wanted to find out would be able to find out. Right now, Luoyang City was like a city of water. There were officials everywhere dealing with the aftermath, and it was a mess without any order. Even if someone received the information and wanted to go back to spy on Yang Fan, they would have to have the ability to find Yang Fan first. As for Zhang Changzong's disappearance, it was much simpler. He was originally in the inner court, and not many officials could see him. Apart from the eunuchs and maids by the emperor's side, who else knew that he wasn't in the palace? After Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong secretly left the Three Yang Palace, they immediately split into many groups. Apart from their group, the rest of the groups were all misdirection. They headed towards Sui Prefecture, Yen Prefecture, Dan Prefecture, and Tong Prefecture respectively. However, their final rendezvous point was in Yen Prefecture. According to the time, they should be gathering here by now. Before Yang Fan set off, he sent someone to send a letter to Gu Zhuting, asking her and her siblings to rush over from Feng Prefecture. They were his capable assistants, and he naturally had to keep them by his side at this crucial moment. As for Feng Prefecture, there was nothing more to investigate, and he would let those corrupt officials be complacent for now. Originally, when Yang Fan was investigating Dan Prefecture and Feng Prefecture, he used methods that were half in the open and half in the dark, and he was half official and half pugilistic. However, when he noticed that there was an even more shocking conspiracy in the Yenzhou Prefecture, he didn't need to be so cautious anymore. In the face of absolute power, there was no room for schemes. Right now, he could use the simplest and crudest method to achieve his objective. As long as he could confirm the existence of the case in Yenzhou and arrest those local corrupt officials, he would be able to follow the clues and investigate further. The corrupt officials in Feng Prefecture would have nowhere to hide. The north and northwest regions were originally the focus of the hidden sex operations, and they would definitely have countless connections with the local officials. Once this world-shaking case was settled, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to them. In this way, he would be able to strike at the corrupt officials and the hidden sex influence. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. In the carriage, Zhang Changzong spoke excitedly. General Yang, these places have been having good harvests every year, and the commoners have been paying taxes every year. However, the imperial court hasn't even received a single grain of tax. Yet, they receive Governor Xie's petitions for disaster relief every year, and they even have to allocate funds for disaster relief. This is obviously feigning disaster relief. Can we make a move and arrest them now? Yang Fan smiled and nodded. Minister Fengchen is right. It is time for us to make a move. Zhang Changzong had traveled a long and arduous journey. Although there were people taking care of him, it was truly tiring for him to eat, wear, and travel. He originally thought that it would be fun to leave the capital city, but now that he thought about it, it was truly meaningless. The only thought that allowed him to hold on until now was to pretend to be an upright official and arrest people wantonly. This game was very interesting. Now that Yang Fan finally agreed to make a move, Zhang Changzong couldn't help but be wild with joy. He immediately pulled on the wall of the carriage, and with a ka-la sound, a hidden compartment popped out. Zhang Changzong took out a heavy iron box from the compartment and placed it on the table. When the box was opened, there was a yellow silk cushion at the bottom. There were 12 independent compartments. The first 6 compartments were square, and the last 6 were rectangular. In the square compartments, there were a total of 6 golden tortoises lying quietly. In the corresponding rectangular compartments, there was a roll of snow-white paper that was tied with a yellow ribbon. The tortoise was the tortoise talisman, and the paper was the imperial edict. With these 2 items, he could mobilize the troops and start a bloody storm. Chapter 9:12. On the surface, the Yenzhou Prefecture truly did not give off the flourishing atmosphere of a major city like Dafu. This was a vast and boundless lush plateau. The layers of terraced fields were like dancing musical notes, and the villages were scattered between the mountain ranges and ravines. Most of the people lived in caves that were warm in winter and cool in summer according to the terrain. As a result, the buildings within Yenzhou City were largely affected by this. The buildings within the city were mostly tall and thick mud brick walls, flexible and ever-changing wooden square lattice windows, and large red paper-cut window decorations. They were very similar to cave dwellings, giving off a unique rustic atmosphere. However, the unending stream of people on the streets, the merchants driving their cows, goats and camels, and the rising and falling sounds of hawking their wares still gave off a flourishing vitality. The architectural style of the Yenzhou provincial governor's residence was completely different from the other buildings within the city. Xie Yubin had already been the governor here for 9 years, and the provincial governor's residence had continuously expanded, becoming like a castle. The front castle had basically retained the original appearance of the provincial governor's residence, but the rear residence had been continuously expanded. The deep residence had large courtyards, connected rooms, carved pillars, elegant windows, and beautiful women. Folk songs and dances were played day and night. It was practically a paradise on earth. However, the people in the front courtyard simply could not imagine that behind a crescent door, within the dense thicket of trees, was a completely different world. At this moment, in the western courtyard of the rear residence, a tree was a fiery red and a tree was a golden yellow. The fiery red and the golden yellow were like flying sparks, drifting along with the breeze, drifting above the pavilion, sprinkling on the railings, and floating on the water. The roof of the pavilion had greenish-black overhanging eaves, hidden in the shadows of the fiery red and golden trees. In front of the pavilion, there was a stone railing made of carved white marble. Below the railing was a clear blue water, red leaves rippling, and a clear pool. There were weeping willows by the shore, and there was an isolated island and a thatched cottage in the water. It was extremely quiet and elegant. Inside the pavilion, a floor-length red sandalwood screen inlaid with jade sat behind the master's seat. It was warm and simple, and its color was natural. It was clearly an extremely expensive item. The middle-aged man with a beautiful beard sitting behind the screen in a wide-sleeved robe was the master of this residence, Yenzhou's governor, Xie Yubin. There were a few seats on both sides of the main seat, all of which were occupied by beautiful women. Governor Xie was also served by beautiful women in luxurious clothes. On the left was a woman with a slender waist and half-exposed breast. She was as beautiful as the moon and as charming as a flower. She was the most favored concubine of Governor Xie, and her maiden name was Xiao Yu. The beauty on the right was dressed very modestly. Her skin was as white as snow, and there was a red dot between her eyebrows. A green hairpin was inserted into her shiny black, peach-shaped bun. Apart from that, she had no other adornments. Her face was not made up, but her face was smooth, tender, and beautiful. Below her chin was a protruding Adam's apple. She was Xie Qingshuo's favorite catamite called Bodhi Zi. Governor Xie was wearing a moon-white shirt with black plum blossom embroidery. He had lived like a prince for many years, plus he had grown a long beard. He really looked like a learned scholar. He also had a big belly, which made him look even more like a prime minister. Speaking of which, the people of Yenzhou did not have any ill feelings towards Governor Xie. Ever since Governor Xie had arrived in Yenzhou, he had always governed from the sidelines, not caring about anything else. Fortunately, there had been no natural or man-made disasters in Yenzhou, so it had been peaceful. Fortunately, Governor Xie did not care much about politics. Otherwise, with Governor Xie's ability, if he really wanted to do something, even if he had good intentions and sincerely wanted to do something for the common people, it would probably become a man-made disaster in the end. Governor Xie was greedy. He was very greedy, but other than collecting taxes, he had never used any kind of extravagant taxes to harm the people. It was not that he pitted the people's resources, but because he did not need to do so. How much money could he squeeze from those poor people? His courage was greater than that of other corrupt officials, and he directly coveted the country's wealth. High official Xie had always been a county lieutenant in Ningyuan County of Zhengzhou. He had only become a governor because he had treated Wu Qingxi and his family well. In his first year in office, Yenzhou experienced a drought. That year, the drought in Yenzhou was not serious, but Yenzhou's foundation was already thin, so this drought inevitably caused a portion of the people to starve. Thus, as a governor, Xie Yubin naturally had to submit a petition for relief. Xie Yubin's petition described the drought in Yenzhou as very serious. It was as miserable as 1,000 li of barren land. In fact, this was a bad habit he had developed in Zhenzhou. That place was too far from the heart of the empire, and the local officials were the local tyrants. But in that kind of place, even the local tyrants were very poor. When there was an opportunity to ask the court for money and grain, they would always report when there was no disaster and report when there was a big disaster. Furthermore, they did not have to worry about the court sending people from thousands of li away to investigate. Now that he had arrived in Yenzhou, Governor Xie still did this out of habit. As a result, when the petition was submitted to the court, a large sum of money and grain was indeed allocated. At that time, Wu Zetian was busy purging her political enemies. Zhou Xing and Lai Junqian spent all day trying to figure out the emperor's intentions and framing the ministers. The prime ministers did not even warm up their positions before they were sent to prison. The situation in the capital was very serious. Who had the time to care about Yenzhou, which was located in the northwest? In the end, Governor Xie only symbolically distributed some relief rice. Most of the relief supplies were swallowed up by him. Xie Yubin tasted the sweetness. There was no disaster the next year, and he reported it without delay. Just like that, he intercepted the taxes paid by the people to the court, and he also intercepted the relief money and grain allocated by the court. His superiors were greedy for the court's money, and his subordinates were greedy for the local areas. In a short period of time, he was very fat. The governance of the outlying areas was already very poor, and the governance of the northwest was not much better than that of the southern borders. The local officials in Yenzhou rarely had noble characters. They were originally intimidated by the law, and they were only petty thieves. When they saw that the governor was even more daring than the heavenly dog, what did they have to fear? Governor Xie also knew that in order to maintain this kind of situation, he needed his subordinates to fall into the mire, and he never thought of monopolizing it. In a short period of time, all the local officials in Yenzhou became part of this corruption net. Even if there were some officials with a conscience who wanted to stay clean, in the end, they had no choice but to succumb to the corrupt officials. If others were greedy and you weren't, who would feel at ease working with you? How could the emperor recognize a low-level official like you? Promotions were all based on the evaluation and recommendation of your superiors. If you wanted to stay clean, you would be ostracized and criticized by everyone from top to bottom. In the end, there were no officials in Yenzhou who were not corrupt. Everyone protected each other. Without a strong external force, it was impossible to expose this dark curtain. The imperial censors of Guanyi also followed the rules and inspected Yenzhou every year. However, the local officials in Yenzhou colluded to deceive them. In addition, Governor Xie occasionally used the Prince of Wei, Wu Chengxi, as a shield. The Wu clan had overwhelming power in the imperial court. How could a lowly imperial censor dare to be like an ant trying to shake a tree? As a result, this shocking corruption case went undiscovered for 9 years. Today, Governor Xie's wealth was comparable to that of a country. Ha 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 ha! Governor Xie enjoyed the singing and dancing and laughed heartily. A few days ago, he had sold 100,000 stones of grain. 50,000 of the grain funds went into his own pocket, and the remaining 50% was divided among his subordinate. This year was another bumper harvest year in Yenzhou. The local taxes were constantly being sent in, and it was all money. He had just submitted a memorial to the imperial court to continue reporting disasters and requesting for relief. Before long, another sum of money would be coming in. How could he not be wild with joy? Governor Xie was in high spirit. He excitedly pushed his cup and stood up. Xiao Yu and Bodhi hurriedly supported him. Governor Xie wrapped his arms around the slender waists of the two beauties and said with a smile, "This old man is drunk. Two beauties, accompany this old man to rest." Xiao Yu and Bodhi looked at each other and blushed. This Xie Taisho liked beautiful women and also liked catamite. Sometimes when it was dark, he would ask his catamites to fool around with his beloved concubines in order to boost his elegant mood. That muddled account in the Taisho's mansion would never be cleared. The beauties sitting on both sides stood up and were about to respectfully send off the governor when the mansion's steward suddenly walked in and whispered something in Governor Xie's ear. Governor Xie was startled. The steward said, "Ah Lang, the visitor is in the hall, do you think?" Governor Xie released the two beauties and said, "Let's go. Let's go take a look." In the provincial governor's hall, Yang Fan was dressed in black and was sitting upright. Looking at his attire, he looked like a low-ranking official in some yamen. Governor Xie hurriedly rinsed his mouth, changed his official attire, and came out from the back of the hall. As soon as Yang Fan saw him, he immediately stood up and cupped his fists in salute, saying, "Fengchen Supervisor, Beta Persei, pays his respects to Governor." Governor Xie had heard people say that the current empress had recruited a group of beautiful young men to fill the back palace, and even set up an inner court yamen for them called the Fengchen Supervisor. Now that he saw Yang Fan in high spirits, with an imposing appearance, bright eyes, white teeth, and extraordinary handsomeness, he thought, sure enough, he came from the Fengchen Supervisor. But this Fengchen Supervisor is a yamen of the palace. Why did he come to my place? Governor Xie was still in a state of bewilderment when Yang Fan solemnly said, "The emperor has issued an edict." Xie Yubin was startled. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. In a deep voice he said, "Subject Xie Yubin awaits the edict." Yang Fan took out a roll of yellow silk from his sleeve and recited it in cadence. Xie Yubin pricked up his ears to listen. Turned out the emperor had ordered the Fengchen Supervisor to patrol the world on behalf of the saints, and to invite the local elders to a banquet to express the emperor's kindness. By now Deputy Minister Fengchen Zhang Changzong had already arrived in Danzhou. His next stop was Yenzhou, so Governor Xie had to make early preparations. As soon as Xie Yubin heard it was about this matter, he could not help but inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Receiving the imperial edict, he unfolded it and read it carefully. Because he had been reporting about natural disasters every year he received the imperial edict. This time he did not need to examine the seal. He could tell whether this imperial edict was real or fake. After confirming that there was no mistake, Governor Xie placed the imperial edict on the official table and invited Yang Fan to take a seat. He politely asked, "The angel has worked hard to travel from afar. I wonder why His Majesty is sending an imperial envoy to visit the elders from all over the world?" Yang Fan said, "The Son of Heaven is doing this, first, to enlighten the world, to advocate the virtue of respecting the elderly. Second, to carry forward the benevolent legacy of our ancestors. Third, the elders from all over the world are the revered elders of their respective regions. The saints hope that through the elders from all over the world, the Emperor will convey the Son of Heaven's concern for the common people from all over the world." Originally, His Majesty held a banquet of the 1,000 old men in the capital, but that time the elders who participated were all from the capital and the suburbs. This time, originally, His Majesty wanted to order the local government officials to escort the elders to the capital and hold a banquet of the 1,000 old men, but he was worried that it would be a long and arduous journey. The elders are getting on in years. If something bad happened to them, it would be unavoidably disappointing His Majesty's benevolent heart. Therefore, he sent the imperial envoy to appease them. Xie Yubin clapped his hands and sighed, repeatedly praising the kindness. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Zhang Fengchen will arrive in Yenzhou in about 5 days. I wonder if Governor Xie has enough time to summon the elders from all over the world?" Chapter 9:13. Xie Yubin smiled and said, there's still time. I will immediately send people to inform the various prefectures, counties, and villages. The local authorities will provide carriages and horses to escort the elders to Yenzhou to receive the Emperor's great kindness. In 5 days' time, as long as the people from the furthest places in this prefecture pick up their pace, they should be able to arrive." Yang Fan smiled and nodded. The two exchanged a few more words before Yang Fan revealed a tired expression and bade farewell to the governor. Xie Yubin immediately summoned a family member and told him to escort Beta Persei to the prefecture's inn to settle him down. As soon as Yang Fan left, Xie Yubin summoned 2 external stewards and instructed them one by one, "You go and immediately disperse all the merchants in the western part of the city and order them to leave the city immediately. They are not allowed to return to Yenzhou for the next half a month. Also inform the shops in this city. All the eyesores have to disappear, just like the last time Imperial Censor Qing did his inspection." The steward promptly withdrew. Xie Yubin then said to the second steward, "Immediately send someone to invite Liu Biche, Chief Censor Yi, Major Lin, the 6 prefecture's military adjutant, the Minister of Revenue, and the other officials to the residence to see me. Tell them I have important matters to discuss." After saying that, Governor Xie turned to Steward Li Yan, who had just arrived at the inner residence to report, and said, "Prepare a gift. This Beta Persei from Fengshan has already checked into the inn. Prepare a generous gift and send a woman to serve him. This will save him from wandering around the city for the next 5 days and spoil my plans." Steward Li hesitated and said, "Ah Lang, I heard that all the men in Fengshan are the Empress' male concubines. Gifts are fine, but sending a woman, won't that be?" Governor Xie smiled sinisterly and said, "If that's the case, then he will secretly eat our things. His mouth will be sealed." Steward Li suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Ah Lang is wise. This lowly one will do it right away." In a short while, Caretaker Li had chosen a beauty from the inner chamber. This beauty was also surnamed Li. 500 years ago, she came from the same family as him. Her maiden name was Pinglan. She hurriedly dressed herself up and changed into a gorgeous dress before leaving with him. By this time, the mistress of the house had already prepared a gift. Steward Li took it and ordered someone to hitch a large carriage. He opened the corner door and drove out, heading straight to the inn. The first madam of the Grand Scribe residence was naturally Xie Yubin's first wife. Now that Xie Yubin had made a fortune, he was no longer interested in that yellow-faced woman. Moreover, the woman was not beautiful and her family background was ordinary. Her manner of speaking and the way she treated people were not elegant at all. Associating with the ladies of the gentry did not boost Governor Xie's morale. However, divorcing one's wife was a big taboo in the officialdom. Although Xie Taisho's mountain was high and the emperor was far away, he was not willing to violate this taboo. Therefore, he simply raised that yellow-faced old woman. She was well-dressed and well-fed, she did not lack anything, but he never went to the courtyard where she lived. Currently, the person in charge of the governor's manor was the second mother. She was the wife that Governor Xie had taken in when he was the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court in Luoyang. Now, she was the mistress of the inner residence. As for the Miss Pinglan whom Steward Li brought out from the rear residence, she was not Governor Xie's concubine. Yang Fan was playing the role of a small pawn in the Fengshan prison. This kind of sesame and mung bean official, if he did not have such a dazzling palace insignia, Governor Xie would not even look him in the eye. Even so, there was no reason for a governor to use his concubine to serve him. In the governor's mansion, there was a group of dancers and musicians. Sometimes, when Governor Xie was in the mood, he would choose from among them to serve him. But these kinds of women had no status, and Governor Xie would not consider them his women. Sometimes, when he was drunk with the chief emissary and the others, they would sleep in the guest room of the governor's mansion, and Governor Xie would choose from among these dancers and musicians to serve him. Since the spring and autumn and warring states periods, this had always been the custom of many rich and influential families. Less than half an hour after Steward Li led Miss Pinglan away from the corner gate, Liu Biche, Yi Zhangshi, Major Lin, the record adjunct officer, Si Tsang Si Hui Si Tian, and the other meritorious officials arrived at the prefectural guard mansion. This prefecture's chief emissary was called Lu Zhenrong, and he was the second most influential person in the Yenzhou prefecture. His official position was only inferior to Governor Xie, and he was mainly in charge of this prefecture's judicial affairs. This prefecture's chief emissary was Yi Luyu, who had the Longxizli clan background and was now under the command of the hidden sect. He was mainly in charge of this prefecture's civil affairs. There was also Chief Emissary Lin Bing, who was in charge of this prefecture's military affairs and military tributes. He was in charge of the daily affairs of the group training on behalf of the governor and was ranked below Chief Emissary Yi and Chief Emissary Yi. There was also the military secretary, Li Qinshan, who was in charge of all the merit officials. Finally, there were the 3 merit officials that Governor Xie had specially summoned: the Treasury Secretary, the Treasury Secretary, and the Treasury Secretary. When everyone heard this, Governor Xie explained the situation to them and exhorted, "The imperial envoy is here to console the elders. However, they are from the capital city after all, and we must not be careless. If they see anything, it will inevitably be a source of trouble. Everyone must treat this with caution." Everyone hurriedly acknowledged. Governor Xie then said to Treasury Secretary and Treasury Secretary, "Zhang Changzong is here to console the elders on behalf of the emperor. This isn't his responsibility, but just in case, all of you have to handle things properly. You must distinguish between public and private matters." The 2 of them understood and knew that this was the governor's reminder. They had to find another place to store the embezzled rations and must never place them in the official storehouse. If Zhang Changzong really had another mission and went over to take a look, it would be bad if he found out that the official storehouse was full of rations. Governor Xie said to Chief Emissary Yi, "Chief Emissary Yi, here, quickly send out 2 official documents. One is to order the various prefectures, counties, and villages to send the elders to Yenzhou. Chief Emissary Qiao, your assistant Chief Emissary Yi, if there are any troublemakers who can't control their mouths, report that they can't come due to illness. Don't let them come. If they come, give them a warning. Tell them to say what they should say and not to speak carelessly about what they shouldn't." Chief Emissary Qiao hurriedly nodded. Governor Xie then said, "Chief Emissary, send out another official document. Tell the various prefectures to stop sending the taxes and rations to the capital. Say that the capital is receiving the imperial envoy and has no time to deal with it. Wait until the imperial envoy has been sent off before we talk about it." Chief Emissary Ye's brows were slightly furrowed and he felt slightly uneasy. Hearing Governor Xie's words, he hurriedly nodded in agreement. As a member of the hidden sect, he was aware of the things that had happened in Taiyuan Prefecture, Dan Prefecture, and Feng Prefecture. Thus, when he heard that an imperial envoy had come to Yenzhou, Chief Emissary Yi was immediately on guard. However, Taiyuan, Dan Prefecture, and Feng Prefecture had regular storehouses, but Yenzhou didn't. Logically, it was impossible for Xianzong to notice this place. Moreover, the Empress had hosted a banquet of the 1,000 elders a few years ago. She was getting older, and it wasn't strange for her to suddenly have an idea to comfort the elders of the world and promote the concept of respecting the elderly. When he thought of this, Chief Emissary Ye's heart gradually calmed down. Actually, there was another reason why he was able to get rid of the doubts in his heart so quickly. That was, even if his suspicions were true, it wouldn't help the situation. The large hole that was Yenzhou was either not poked through, or once it was poked through, no one would be able to fill it up. Chief Emissary Yi had come to the Yenzhou Prefecture 6 years ago. He had sat on the cold bench in the capital for a few years. The Longxili family had secretly worked to get him an official position that had real power outside the capital. In the end, the moment he arrived in Yenzhou, he received the cold reception of the governor and other officials. He also had the major, the meritorious officials, and the other lower officials who paid lip service but secretly opposed him. Chief Emissary Yi had become an official that was suspended in midair. He had done nothing for more than half a year before he gradually realized that there was a reason why everyone in the officialdom of Yenzhou had banded together to ostracize him. If Chief Emissary Yi wanted to obtain everyone's approval and truly grasp power, he could only do his best to blend in. At the beginning, Xie Yubin, Lu Zhenrong, and the others didn't dare let him grasp all of the inside information at once. They only probed him on a few small matters. When he gradually sunk in and became one with everyone, no longer able to be separated, there was no need for them to reveal anything to him. He already knew. But now, he had already become one of them. The cooperation from top to bottom had always given him a sense of security, but now he suddenly felt uneasy. The power that he had originally been diligently seeking was now a bit of a hot potato. But he had sunk too deep. Was there any room to retreat? Chief Emissary Yi could only secretly pray that the Emperor's gigolo was really only here to comfort his old age. The Yenzhou relay station was a courtyard with a structure of 7 rows and 5 bays. It was made of earth and wood, and there were very few bricks and stones. From a distance, the high walls gave off a rustic air. Inside there was a pond, water, a garden, and shade. The interior was especially spacious, and living was comfortable. During the Tang dynasty, the relay station was one with the relay station. Not only was it a place to receive passing officials, but it was also a place for the courier to deliver letters and official documents. During wartime, it also served as a command structure for military supplies. These days, transportation was extremely underdeveloped. The mountains and rivers were dangerous, and the roads were long. It was daunting at first glance. Yenzhou, which was located on the Lus Plateau, had even less contact with the outside world. Most of the people in the city were merchants traveling to the western regions. Naturally, the Yenzhou relay station wasn't a place these people could come to, so the interior of the relay station was extremely quiet. The bearers, the couriers, the migrant workers, and the relay station attendants were all sitting idly in the doorway. The relay station's deputy wasn't there either. No one knew what he was up to. The governor's family led Yang Fan to the relay station. When he asked if the deputy was there, he couldn't be bothered to wait for someone to find him. He called over a steward and warned him, "This is a superior envoy from the capital. The governor has personally instructed us to treat him well." When the steward heard that Yang Fan was someone from the capital and had personally received instructions from the prefecture's governor, his attitude immediately changed. He immediately arranged for Yang Fan to stay in a small courtyard with its own entrance and courtyard. There were 3 rooms in a row. A bedroom on the left, a study on the right, and a central room in the middle. In the courtyard, there were simple wooden tables and chairs, and 2 large trees. One was a sweet-scented osmanthus tree, filling the entire garden with its fragrance, while the other was a pomegranate tree, full of fruit. After arranging for Yang Fan to stay, the governor's family left. The steward eagerly asked, "What would the superior envoy like to eat tonight?" Yang Fan replied, "I'll have to trouble the steward to make any arrangements. Pick a few of the prefecture's specialties and a jug of wine to relieve my boredom. Oh right, please prepare some hot water. I want to take a bath." All right. Please rest first. I'll get off the horse and get it done." The steward eagerly left. After a short while, the sound of him shouting could be heard from afar. The hot water was delivered quickly. After filling the bathtub to the brim, Yang Fan closed the door, took off his clothes, and soaked in the hot water. His expression was refreshed. After exiting the bathtub and changing into a clean set of clothes, Yang Fan was about to call someone to pour the bath water away. As soon as the door opened, he saw the governor's steward, Li Yan, leading a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with large phoenix eyes into the courtyard. Chapter 9:14. As soon as Li Yan saw Yang Fan, He smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Dianshi Yang, you've just washed yourself and I've come to disturb you. What a coincidence! Haha. Yang Fan saw that this person was followed by a beautiful woman and two green-clothed manservants holding gift boxes. He hesitantly said, You are. I seem to have seen you at the governor's mansion just now. Li Yan was all smiles. Dianshi Yang has good eyesight. I am the steward of the governor's manor. I've come on the governor's orders. Yang Fan let out an "oh" and hurriedly invited him into the guest hall. Although Yang Fan had just taken a bath, the bathtub was in the bedroom. There were walls and screens outside, so it didn't affect the reception. Yang Fan invited stewardly to the guest hall. After exchanging names, they sat down according to the host and guest. He smiled and asked, What instructions does Governor Xia have? Li Yan bowed. Dianshi Yang is too polite. How could I dare to give instructions in front of the imperial envoy? Haha, it's like this. It's been a long time since an envoy from the capital has come to Yenzhou. And Dianshi Yang is someone close to the Son of Heaven. How could Yenzhou not be respectful? The governor is afraid that Dianshi Yang will receive him poorly. Yenzhou has poor mountains and rivers and barren land. The envoy came from a rich and prosperous place. It's really unfair to Dianshi Yang. Although Yenzhou is poor, it still has some rare items from the mountains. The governor has ordered me to deliver a small gift to the envoy. As Li Yan spoke, he waved his hand, and two green-clothed manservants came forward. The two trays were covered with red silk. Li Yan lifted the red silk and introduced the items one by one. Impressively, there was a piece of deer, a flying dragon, a tiger penis, and a pair of bear paws. Deer was the capital's highest grade of meat. Yang Fan recognized it. He had only drunk flying dragon soup before. This was his first time seeing a live one. As for the tiger penis and bear paws, this was his first time seeing them, and he couldn't help but take a second look. Li Yan said with a smile, Yenzhou is barren. Only these mountain items can be considered presentable. This is just a small gift, please accept it, Dianshi Yang. Xie Taisho's Erin Yang was in charge of internal affairs at the back of the mansion. She was very scheming. As soon as Manager Li explained the situation to her, she immediately considered these gifts. Gold, silver and jewels, ivory and jade wares, of course she could take them out, but those things were too valuable. It was alright to give them to Zhang Changzong, but to give them to a lowly Fengchen Jian Dianshi, it would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Moreover, they kept on saying that Yenzhou was barren and needed the imperial court's relief every year. Although it was not strange for them to be overly polite, if they really sent some gold, silver, and jewels, it would give other people something to use against them. No matter how rare it was still a wild animal. It had nothing to do with whether Yenzhou was rich or poor. How could it be liked by a high-ranking official in the capital? Yang Fan promptly got up and declined, saying, Aya, this gift is really too valuable. I am only a lowly Fengchen Jian Dianshi. How could I deserve such a generous gift from the prefecture chief? I appreciate the prefecture chief's great kindness and righteousness, but I will have to ask Manager Li to take these things back. Li Yan laughed heartily and said, Dianshi Yang, you are too polite. The prefecture chief is only doing his duty as a host. These are all mountain items, what's so valuable about them? If Dianshi Yang does not accept them, then I will be put in a difficult position. If the Li brings these things back untouched, won't the prefecture chief reprimand me? As Li Yan said this, he pointed to the beautiful, white-skinned woman and said, This woman is a dancer from the prefecture chief's residence. She is from Yenzhou Miji, where Diao Chan came from. This Yenzhou is desolate and there are no good places to go. The prefecture chief sent this beautiful woman to accompany Dianshi Yang in bed and travel to relieve his loneliness. Yang Fan was startled. This time, his refusal was even more resolute. Yang Fan repeatedly waved his hands and said, That won't do, that won't do. This is even more unacceptable. Manager Li, please don't. Before Yang Fan could finish speaking, Li Yan had already stood up and cupped his hands toward him with a smile. He said, "Dianshi Yang has had a hard journey. Now that you have just arrived in Yenzhou, your body must be tired. I won't disturb you any longer. Pinglan, for the next few days, Dianshi Yang will be in Yenzhou. You must take good care of his daily meals." "Ha ha, Dianshi Yang, I will take my leave." "Manager Li, you mustn't." Li Yan broke into a run and left. Yang Fan quickly chased after him. He rushed to the door and pulled Li Yan back. Just as he was about to decline again, a middle-aged man wearing a courier's uniform suddenly appeared at the door. He nodded and bowed and said, "Dianshi Yang, today there is someone who claims to be your companion. He has specially come to look for you." Before he finished speaking, he saw a handsome young master wearing a green robe, a leather belt around his waist, and a scarf hat on his head. He had red lips and white teeth, and he walked in with quick step. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, he smiled like a flower. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly saw that there was a guest in the hall. He couldn't help but be startled, and the smile on his face slightly disappeared. As soon as Yang Fan saw the person who had come, it was Gu Zhuting, dressed in men's clothing. Because her current appearance had only slightly trimmed away the gentleness of a woman's aura and revealed a bit of valiance, other than that, there weren't any major changes. As a result, Yang Fan recognized her at a glance. Speaking of which, it was strange. In the past, regardless of whether there was a mission or not, Gu Zhuting would most of the time appear in front of others with a mask. The number of people who had seen her true appearance were few and far between. However, in the past year, she often appeared in front of others with her true appearance. Even if she had to carry out a secret mission, if it wasn't necessary, she wasn't willing to change her appearance beyond recognition. The subtlety of her thoughts was really difficult for others to see through. As soon as Yang Fan saw Gu Zhuting, his heart was slightly moved. It was necessary to accept Governor Xie's generous gift and temporarily put on a perfunctory act to lower his guard. However, Yang Fan didn't want to play a game with a woman he had never met before because of this. However, if he were to reject her tightly, it would be hard to avoid causing her to become suspicious. Now he had a sufficient reason. Without waiting for Gu Zhuting to speak, Yang Fan immediately went forward and grabbed her arm. He excitedly introduced her to Li Yan. "This little brother's surname is Gu. He works in the same Fengchen guards as Yang. He is also a Dianshi and has always been on good terms with Yang. Now he is following Zhang Fengchen around." Li Yan hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting towards Gu Zhuting. He took a look at this Gu Dianshi. Her eyebrows and eyes were handsome and her mouth was small like a cherry. She was even more charming than Yang Fan. He couldn't help but mumble to himself, "Fengchen Guard's network is indeed full of handsome youths. Now there's another Gu Dianshi. Don't tell me I have to give another gift?" Fortunately, Second Mother has calculated clearly. If the first person's gift was too valuable, I don't know how many good things would be plundered from my family. Gu Zhuting was very alert. As soon as Yang Fan mentioned it, she knew there must be something fishy. Therefore, she only nodded her head toward Li Yan in a very reserved manner, and did not say anything more. The courier was standing at the door. As soon as he saw that the visitor was indeed a member of an official's family, he asked politely, "Yang Dianshi, do you need me to arrange a residence for this colleague of yours?" "No need," Yang Fan replied. "Gu Xiongdi and I have always been on good terms. Usually we are busy with official business. Although we are both in the palace, it is rare for us to meet alone. Tonight the two of us will be talking by candlelight. We will have a long and heart-to-heart talk. Just send an extra set of bedding to my room." The courier complied and withdrew. Yang Fan turned to Steward Li and said, "Gu Shidi must have some instructions from Minister Chen's side for you to come here. I won't keep Steward Li any longer." As he said that, he wrapped his arm around Gu Zhuting's slender waist. Gu Zhuting's youngest aunt has always been alone. She has never been this intimate with a man before. although when they followed the Turkic army to attack the Khitans' camp, the two of them ate at the same table, slept in the same tent, and even hugged each other tightly in order to keep out the cold, but at that time they were wearing thick clothes, 2 layers of leather robes wrapped around their bodies. The real intense feeling came from the heart, not the physical stimulation. At this moment, as soon as Yang Fan touched her, Gu Zhuting's waist muscles involuntarily tightened and her body shuddered. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she glanced at Yang Fan in astonishment, but her body did not move an inch. While saying that, Yang Fan signaled stewardly with his eyes, and also cast a glance at Miss Pinglan, whom Stewardly had brought in. Stewardly saw Yang Fan's big hand, which was wrapped around the handsome young man's waist, slid down and moved slightly on the ground. Immediately he was enlightened and hastily said, "All right, all right, all right, the two of you chat, the two of you chat." Stewardly hurriedly waved his hand toward Miss Pinglan and said, "Let's go, let's not disturb the two Shangya's discussion of official business." Stewardly led Miss Pinglan out. Only after they were out of the courtyard did he stop and cast a glance behind him. Pinching his chin in puzzlement, he said, "Turns out this Yang Gensher is the same as our Alang. He likes this kind of thing. It's really strange. What's so good about the dry road? Could it be that there's a saying that 3 flat is not as good as 1 round?" Miss Gu stood there with her back straight. Yang Fan's hand only moved up and down slightly, but her whole body turned weak and her legs trembled. By the time Stewardly had led Miss Pinglan and the 2 servants out, Yang Fan withdrew his hand as fast as lightning. Only then did Gu Zhuting's face turn red. Gu Zhuting's face was completely red. Biting her thin lip, she stared fixedly at Yang Fan without saying a word, waiting for him to explain. Yang Fan embarrassedly said, "That man just now is the steward of the provincial governor's mansion. He gave me several gifts, and even sent a woman to serve me. I was not sure how to refuse. Luckily you arrived, so, if I have been rude, please don't blame me." Miss Gu cast a glance at him and suddenly, puff! She burst out laughing. Yang Fan was taken aback. "What are you laughing at?" he asked in surprise. Blushing, Miss Gu said, "Ah Lang is indeed quick-witted, but this reason of yours is too." Yang Fan was suddenly enlightened. He laughed aloud and said, "What's wrong with this reason? Our imperial court is flourishing with men, the capital is full of incense brothers. This reason is completely reasonable. Besides you." Yang Fan looked at Gu Zhuting, who was dressed as a man, and said with a smile, "Poor Zhou Xiaodong, smiling while picking orchid bushes. Her skin is fairer than pink, her chin like a peach." He was reciting a famous poem from the Wei and Jin period called Catamite Poem. Hearing it, Miss Gu's face turned even redder. Although she did not say anything, she could not help giving him a dirty look. Her eyes were charming, and Miss Gu's occasional flirtatious pout was unexpectedly charming. Seeing this, Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. Immediately he put on a serious expression and said, "How come you are the only one here? Where are your 3 elder brothers?" Miss Gu said, "This time in Paozhou we were repeatedly teased by the corrupt officials, and failed Ah Lang's trust. My brothers are not satisfied. When I received Ah Lang's letter, my 2 elder brothers were visiting the countryside, only your servant and San Gu were in the city. Your servant was worried that Ah Lang was in urgent need of help, so I asked San Gu to stay and wait for my 2 elder brothers. Your servant left first, presumably they will not be too late." Yang Fan noticed that her hair and robe were stained with dust. He knew that she must have eaten and slept in the open, rushing through the night. Actually, in Yang Fan's letter, he had made it very clear that because it was still early to make their move, they did not need to travel in such a hurry. But he only wrote a letter, yet she spared no effort to travel. Miss Gu's tender heart was filled with deep affection. He was neither blind nor deaf, naturally he was aware of it, but he could not tell what kind of feeling he was feeling. After a moment of silence, he said in a soft voice, "I have ordered the kitchen to prepare food and wine. You must be tired from the journey. Why don't you take a bath first? After you have rested, we can have dinner together, is that all right? Chapter 9:15. Gu Zhuting's heart throbbed as she listened to Yang Fan's gentle voice. She bit her thin lips and nodded lightly, like the jade phoenix blooming in the garden in the courtyard, graceful in the wind. Yang Fan said, "Then sit down and rest for a while. I'll get someone to fetch some water." Miss Gu said in embarrassment, Here? I'd better get the post-house official to prepare another room." Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, "That's not appropriate. I don't know if they have spies in this post-house, so we can't do anything suspicious. I've already said this in front of Stewardly. For safety's sake, you can stay here for the night." Seeing Miss Gu's uncomfortable expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "What's there to be embarrassed about? We've slept on the same bed before, let alone in the same room." As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Fan immediately realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained, Cough. I mean, there's a bed in the study. I'll sleep over there tonight." Having said that, Yang Fan couldn't be bothered to look at Gu Zhuting's ripened pomegranate-like complexion and hurriedly slipped out. Yang Fan found a post-house and told him to find someone to clean the bathtub and change the hot water. Returning to the living room, he saw Gu Zhuting standing by the table with a bear paw in her hand. She asked, "Is this a bear paw?" Yang Fan said, "That's right. Haven't you seen it before?" Gu Zhuting pursed her lips into a smile and said, "I've only seen cooked ones, never raw ones. I heard that this thing is a delicacy. Why is it so ugly?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "Delicious things don't necessarily look good. When we return to Luoyang, I'll hire a famous chef to cook it properly and let you have a taste." Gu Zhuting smiled sweetly and said, "I'll Lang and Madam should taste it. This servant doesn't dare to break the rules." "What's this?" Gu Zhuting picked up the purplish-red long tiger penis that looked like a skinned snake and asked curiously, "Is this a snake?" Yang Fan made a sound and said, It's a snake. It's used to make wine to promote blood circulation and dispel coldness. Why is there no snake head?" "This snake is extremely venomous. Touching it will kill you, so the snake's head was removed." Gu Zhuting said, "Is there such a strange snake? Why are there so many barbs on it?" Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, "The world is big, nothing is impossible. It is said that this snake can transform into a dragon after 1,000 years of cultivation, and the barbs will become dragon scales. There is nothing strange about it. Alright, quickly put it away." Gu Zhuting made an O sound and held the tiger's penis as if it was a sword. She bent her white and slender fingers and flicked the penis twice. She muttered to herself, "It's so long it takes up a lot of space. I can't even put the wine jug in it." She then exerted force with both hands and with a ka-bie sound, the tiger's penis was snapped into two. Yang Fan felt his balls ache. The Tang dynasty's military headquarters were spread throughout the country. At its peak, there were more than 800, and at its lowest, there were more than 600. Among them, Guanyi Prefecture occupied 261 prefectures, accounting for more than a third of the total number of prefectures. Next were Hedong, Hunan, Hebei, and Longyu. The other prefectures had fewer prefectures. For example, Jiangnan and Lingnan, there were only 2 or 3 prefectures. Such a layout was a reflection of the Tang dynasty's political and military intention of holding the heavy and controlling the light, raising the people in Guangzhou to face the 4 directions. Hunan was the eastern capital of the Tang dynasty, so the number of prefectural soldiers here was second only to Guangzhou. After Wu Zetian moved the capital to Luoyang and ascended to the throne, the number of prefectures here also increased. The Tang dynasty's heavy and light military strategy was still implemented. However, by the time of Wu Zetian's reign, the prefectural government had gradually weakened and the number of recruits gradually increased. To the north of Yenzhou, Suizhou Prefecture, adjacent to Yenzhou, still had 4 prefectural armies. The prefectural army stationed in the prefectural capital of Suizhou was named after the prefectural army, Suizhou Prefectural Army. This subjugation prefecture was called the Superior Prefecture and had 1,200 guards under its command. The commandant of subjugation was called Shirlai. Shirlai was already in his early 60s. The old general had once fought in the north and south during the Gaozong dynasty and made great contributions to the expansion of the Tang dynasty's territory. Now that the prefectural army was declining, the old general would often drown his sorrows in alcohol. Although he still persisted in training the soldiers and teaching them offensive techniques, he was keenly aware that the combat strength of the current prefectural army was far from what it had been in the past. However, he had no other choice. The prefectural army system was a combination of soldiers and farmers, incorporating soldiers into farmers. Now, with the collapse of the equal field system, the foundation of the prefectural army was gradually disappearing. Moreover, the country had been at peace for a long time, and the combat strength of non-professional soldiers could not possibly maintain the military strength of soldiers when the world was in chaos and the 4 seas were in turmoil. What a pity! Shirlai stroked his thigh, which was gradually loosening and no longer as strong and powerful as it had been in the past. Looking at the reflection in the cup and the white hair at his temples, he sighed and poured a mouthful of strong alcohol into his stomach. Reporting, "Commandant, the provincial governor is here." A soldier hurriedly ran into Shirlai's commander's tent to report. Shirlai stood up in surprise and exclaimed, "Provincial governor? What is the provincial governor doing here?" Shirlai had worked in Suizhou for 20 years, rising step by step from general of the army to commandant of Zhejiang. However, he had only seen the provincial governor a few times, and it was always at the provincial yamen. He had never seen the provincial governor come to the barracks. Although the provincial governor had the authority to control the troops of the prefecture, this authority was almost never used. Moreover, in the last 20 years, Shirlai had only fought a few battles. There were a few times when the Turks invaded the east and the situation was tense. Shirlai's troops had also been mobilized, but they had only been stationed at the border as a reserve army. There were naturally elites fighting the enemy at the front, and they hadn't even come face to face with the Turks. In his surprise, Shirlai was just about to leave the commander's tent to welcome the provincial governor when the provincial governor of Suizhou, Yun Jinfan, dressed in official robes, walked in with a solemn expression. Behind him were several people dressed in either black or black. Shirlai was greatly alarmed and hurriedly rose from his seat. Placing his hands on his hips, he saluted. Shirlai pays his respects to the envoy. Yun Jinfan smelled the scent of alcohol and glanced at the table. His brows creased slightly, but he did not flare up. He only coldly stated, "General Shir, an envoy from the imperial court has arrived. He wishes to mobilize your troops." Although the old general was old and had not fought a battle in the last 20 years, his lofty aspirations had been worn away and he appeared rather dispirited. The moment he heard these words, his drunkenness was immediately swept away. He swept his gaze across the crowd and his gaze landed on a black-clothed youth beside Provincial Governor Yun. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you have a fish book?" Fish books were fish talismans and imperial edict. These were necessary items to mobilize troops. In the last few years, the imperial court had changed the fish talisman to the tortoise talisman. However, when the two were referred to together, the various regions still habitually referred to them as fish book. Provincial Governor Yun shook his hand and unfurled an imperial edict. He solemnly stated, "The imperial edict issued to me by the imperial court is here. I have already verified it. There are no mistakes." After Provincial Governor Yun spoke, he turned his head to look at the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth understood and took a step forward. He held a golden tortoise talisman in his hand and said, "The commander's talisman is here." According to the system of the imperial court, Mobilizing troops required an imperial edict and a commander's talisman. The imperial edict would be verified by the provincial governor of the prefecture, while the commander's talisman would be verified by the general in charge of the troops. Only when both were verified could the troops be mobilized. When General Shur saw the tortoise talisman, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Every day, he had been guarding the barracks and had never fought a battle. To an old general who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, this was the most unbearable days. When he saw the commander's talisman, General Shur felt a wave of agitation in his heart. He could not suppress his excitement and shouted, "Someone, take the commander's talisman." The military officer on duty had already heard the news and followed the commander's tent. When he heard the news, he shouted, "Yes, sir." He turned around and left. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the military officer on duty, who was fully dressed in martial attire, hurriedly entered the commander's tent with a metal box in his hand under the escort of 4 fully armed guards. Shirlai took out a key from his waist and opened the seal box. He took out the commander's talisman and placed it together with the commander's talisman held by the black-robed youth. General Shur immediately cupped his hands towards the black-robed youth and said, "Commandant of the Sui prefectures Zhechong, Shirlai, will follow your orders." The black-robed youth said, "Thank you for your trouble, General. This matter is of great importance. In order not to leak out, I would like to ask General to gather all the troops under your command and travel with me. When we reach our destination, I will naturally inform you of what to do." When Shirlai heard that this matter was so confidential, he was instead delighted. He hurriedly bowed and said, "I will follow your orders. Please allow this general to gather the troops." The black-robed youth nodded in agreement. A moment later, a thick plume of smoke rose from the Sui prefecture's Zhechong barrack. The smoke was like a pillar, rolling upwards and not dispersing for a long time. This was the signal of the beacon. Different pillars of smoke had different uses. This lone pillar was to gather all the soldiers in the barracks. Li Yuanxiang was currently pulling a cart full of millet that was the size of a small mountain as he walked along a small country road. The muscles on his arms bulged out like several large lumps. His eldest son was 16 years old and was pushing the cart with all his might. His youngest son was also helping his older brother push the cart. However, he was only 7 years old and was at the age where he loved to play. From time to time, he would be attracted by something on the side of the road and run off for a while. "Son, after this year's harvest of the autumn grain, I will find a wife for you. What do you think of the second daughter of old Chen's family?" Li Yuanxiang clearly knew that his son was on good terms with the second daughter of the Chen family and had long since discussed with his wife that he would marry the second daughter of the Chen family as his daughter-in-law. Because this year's harvest of grain was good, he was in a good mood and still wanted to tease his son. The eldest son of the Li family had a bashful temperament. When his father said this, his little face turned bright red. Separated by the small mountain of millet, the eldest son of the Li family stuttered, Son, will listen to father's arrangements." Li Yuanxiang laughed. "You stinky brat, you don't take after your father at all. Look at your cowardly look. In the past, your father liked your mother, but your grandfather fell in love with the daughter of the Bai family who opened an oil workshop in the East Village. Your father, Before Li Yuanxiang finished bragging to his son, he suddenly saw a billowing black smoke rising into the sky in the distance. He was stunned and immediately stopped the cart. The eldest son of the Li family walked around the back of the cart and wiped his sweat. "Father, are you tired?" Li Yuanxiang squinted at the thick smoke in the distance. His face became more and more serious. Suddenly, he patted his thigh and said, "Son, you look after the cart. Father is going back to the village. Later, I will ask your mother and your second uncle to transport the grain." After saying this, he ran back to the village. In the village, Meng Zongjing was beating the bean pods with a flail rhythmically. The woman who brought him water with a clay jar suddenly felt that there was something strange in the sky. She put her hand on the awning and looked at it. She said strangely, "Where is the fire? There is such a big smoke. Is the house of the old rich man Lu in the southern manor on fire?" Bada. There was a sound beside her. The woman turned her head and saw Meng Zongjing running away. The woman shouted, "Husband, what are you doing?" Meng Zongjing shouted from afar, "The marshal is summoning the troops. If you are late, you will be beaten. You should harvest the crop. Be careful of the rain at night." Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared from the edge of the field. Chapter 9:16. When Li Yuanxiang hurried out of his home, he was wearing a robe with a crotch missing, a leather belt around his waist, and a battle jacket over it. He wore a bridle on his head, a broadsword at his waist, and a bundle slung over his shoulder. Inside were rations, a water skin, and a change of clothes. He was full of vigor, and from the embroidery on his robe, he was actually a platoon leader. Across from him, Meng Zong also happened to be coming out of his home. He was wearing the same military uniform as Li Yuanxiang, though his robe was unadorned. It seemed that he was just an ordinary soldier. The moment the two met, they did not say much. They gestured to each other and then hurried side by side in the direction of the prefecture of subjugation's main camp. Countless farmers working in the fields changed into their military uniforms and, like birds returning to their nests, hurried back to the barracks from all directions. The doors to the armory were already wide open, and the lightly equipped soldiers of the prefectural army rushed straight to the armory. From the places they were familiar with, they took their leather armor, metal maces, bows, arrows, and spears, and then they all rushed back to the drill ground. On the platform for the selection of generals, old General Shirlai, dressed in the radiant armor, sat boldly under the commander's flag. This set of radiant armor had been personally bestowed upon him by Blacktooth Great General Chang Ji when he had rendered a great service. Old General Shir deeply cherished this set of armor, and whenever he had nothing to do, he would rub it with oil. The armor had been maintained extremely well. Under the sunlight, it glowed with a dazzling golden light, making it seem like a golden man sitting there. The only thing that was still moving was his eyes. He squinted his old eyes, occasionally glancing at the incense burner next to him. In the incense burner, one stick of incense had just burned to the end. The military officer on duty lit another stick of incense and inserted it into the burner. General Shir gently closed his eyes and murmured in his heart, "Little bastards, today is the day the imperial court mobilizes their troops. The imperial envoy is here. If any of you dare to be late, that will be slapping my old face. Let's see who has the ability to do so." On the drill ground, square formations gradually took shape, brimming with killing intent. Similar scenes were playing out in other parts of Sui Prefecture, including Qing Prefecture, Dan Prefecture, and even Feng Prefecture. Yang Fan had been forced to deploy the police in a foreign land. Before leaving the capital, he had carefully calculated that the Yenzhou army would probably not be colluding with those corrupt officials. At the very least, the majority of the army was reliable. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. No one could be certain that there was no problem with the Yenzhou army. Faced with this kind of capital offense, if Yenzhou officials really did take the risk out of desperation, and they happened to be in control of an army, then they would have to take unnecessary risks. No one could single-handedly contend against an entire army with their martial arts skills. Moreover, if the local soldiers were to arrest the local officials, even if they did not dare to openly resist, if someone had accepted bribes from the corrupt officials, secretly informed them, or purposely delayed the arrest time, it would cause the criminals to escape. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, they could only mobilize troops from other places. And this was impossible to achieve according to normal official procedures. Only by bringing the case directly to the front of the emperor, coupled with Wu Zetian's favorite Zhang Changzong, Could Yang Fan obtain such a great advantage and the right to mobilize troops? All these preparations were finally about to bear fruit. Under the escort of carriages and horses provided by the local government, all the venerable elders were making their way to Yenzhou in succession. The inn couldn't accommodate so many people, so the Yenzhou government asked the city's gentry for help. They had their manors vacate a lot of rooms to accommodate these venerable elders who had rushed over from all over. What were venerable elders? At this time, venerable elders didn't only refer to venerated elders of virtue and prestige. They generally held positions in the local areas. Although they had no rank, they had great authority in the local areas. In the current dynasty's local government system, the highest official was an observer. The prefectures and counties under the prefectures and prefectures under the prefectures and prefectures were composed of provincial governors, prefectures, other officials, chief scribes, military officers, and 6 officials. The counties under the prefectures were composed of county magistrates, deputy magistrates, registrars, lieutenants, scribes, and assistant secretaries. Then who were the local administrators under the prefectures? They were the venerable elders. 5 li made up a township, and there were venerable elders. The venerable elders governed 5 li, and 5 protectors made up 1 li. There were 5 protectors under the li, and 5 neighbors made up 1 protector. There were 4 families that made up 1 neighbor, and there was a neighbor chief. Some places were more desolate, and they had a village as a unit, and the village official was the village chief. Looking at it this way, the so-called venerable elders were actually the village chief. They were the officials who directly controlled the area under the jurisdiction of a county. Although they weren't high-ranking officials, they were closely related to the people's lives. They had the most power and prestige in the area. The imperial court respected the elderly, and the venerable elders who were old and virtuous had a lot of authority in the area. Most of these venerable elders were the heads of large local clans, and their words were undisputed in their respective villages. With them acting as venerable elders, the imperial court naturally carried out all kinds of government decrees much more smoothly. Although the venerable elders were old and tired from the long journey, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. This was an imperial envoy sent by the emperor to express his condolences. Which venerable elder wouldn't feel honored? When they returned home, they would tell their children and grandchildren. Wouldn't this also be a great honor for the elderly? The venue of the banquet was set at the provincial governor's mansion. Because there wasn't enough space, many sheds had been built on the open space on the left and right side of the room. Under the sheds there were banquets, and on the banquets there was wine. It was currently the season of clear autumn, and as long as it didn't rain, it would be enough to handle the banquet. Yenzhou's local officials had been very busy for a while. By the time Zhang Changzong's guard of honor arrived at Yenzhou, the provincial governor, other officials, and the chief scribes had been circling around Zhang Changzong the entire day. This was a kind of solicitude, but also to prevent him from having too much contact with the people below him. Yenzhou's local officials were even busier. The city magistrate brought people to stroll around the streets every day, and the peddlers had long since been chased away. Apart from a few shops selling daily necessities that were still open, the other merchants had been ordered to temporarily close their doors for various reasons. The streets were in a state of desolation. On the other hand, the tax official, and the other officials were busy moving grain from the prefectural yamen and intercepting grain shipments from various places. Some places received official documents slightly late and the grain carts were already on the way, but they were all blocked off by the officials on the main roads and chased away. The judicial official and the county lieutenant led 3 groups of bailiffs to patrol the entire city. They really were in the Jingqing area. Petty thieves, swindlers, hoodlums, and brawlers were all thrown into jail and locked up. The entire Yenzhou prefecture was like a persimmon tree that had been blown away by frost and wind. The leaves were all gone, and only the glistening yellow tempting fruits were left hanging on the branches. The prefecture's major, Lin Bing, led the prefecture's old officials, who only held official positions and salaries but no longer held any actual positions, as well as professors of literature and medical doctors, to pay their respects to the various venerable elders. During their conversations, they couldn't help but hint at what they should and shouldn't say when meeting with the imperial envoy. All kinds of preparations had begun 3 days before Zhang Changzong arrived in Yenzhou. When he arrived, they continued for another day. Governor Xie found the man who could look at the astronomical phenomena to check the weather and said that tomorrow would definitely be a fine day. Only then did he have an audience with the imperial envoy and ask for permission to host a banquet tomorrow to entertain the venerable elders from all over the city. In reality, Governor Xie couldn't wait to make a few more days of preparations to ensure that everything was in place. However, the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. The imperial envoy's presence in the city was also a kind of threat. They accompanied Zhang Changzong the entire day, and it could be said that the imperial envoy had just arrived and was hosting a banquet to welcome him. However, there wouldn't be much of a reason for the group of prefecture officials to continue guarding Zhang Changzong's side. It was better to send him away as soon as possible. The next day, the provincial governor's manor was in a state of jubilation. Everyone was draped in red, as if they were celebrating the new year. There were bailiffs patrolling the perimeter to maintain law and order. There were also officials from the various prefectures who went forth to welcome the venerable elders scattered throughout the city to the provincial governor's manor. Governor Xie personally led the prefectural government officials to the post-house to welcome the imperial envoy. Zhang Changzong had been looking forward to this for so long. The show of pretending to be righteous had finally begun. He was elated. Early in the morning, he washed up and dressed himself neatly. When Xie Yubin and the others arrived, he mounted a horse and rushed to the provincial governor's yamen under their escort. At this moment, a few uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the Yenzhou Prefecture Guards camp. The commandant of Zhechong of the Yenzhou Prefecture Guards was called Yiyu. He was in his 40s. He was sitting idly in the camp, thinking about where he should go for a stroll to relieve his boredom. Suddenly, a personal guard hurriedly rushed in to report, "Commandant, someone has arrived from the capital. He's holding a fire tablet and is requesting an audience at the Yuan Gate." Yiyu was astonished. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Ask him to wait a moment. This official will immediately come out to welcome him. Strike the general's gathering drum and summon all the generals in the army." Yiyu hurriedly put on his armor and went out to welcome them. He saw a few men dressed in black standing outside the Yuan Gate on horseback. The one in the middle had an imposing appearance and was handsome. He listed his name and called himself the Lieutenant General of 1,000 Cavalry, Yang Fan. When Yiyu heard that it was an imperial envoy, he couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. After verifying Yang Fan's identity, he invited them into the commander's tent. At this moment, the generals of Yenzhou's Zhechong office had already put on their armor and hurried to the commander's tent. Each and every one of them was clad in armor and carrying a saber. They stood solemnly on the spot, appearing to be brimming with killing intent. Yang Fan's gaze did not waver. He entered the commander's tent and went straight to the commander-in-chief's seat. Yiyu was startled. He could only stand below the tent, cupping his hands and asking, "What errands does General have for me?" Yang Fan sat upright on the commander-in-chief's seat and said in a deep voice, "Does General know that Zhang Fengchen has come to Yenzhou by imperial edict to pacify the old people of the 4 villages?" Yiyu nodded blankly. This lowly general is in the army and has limited knowledge of government affairs. However, this lowly general has heard of Zhang Fengchen's arrival in Yenzhou. Yang Fan said, "Very good. Zhang Fengchen has come to Yenzhou this time to handle another serious case. This general has come here on Zhang Fengchen's orders. From now on, the Yenzhou guards are to close their gates and bide their time. Without the imperial court's military edict, they are not to make any move." Yi Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He slowly straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "Please present the turtle seal of error." Yang Fan waved his hand, and a young man in a black robe came forward to present the imperial edict and the turtle seal. Yi Yu called for someone to bring the turtle seal from the camp and examine it. He stared at Yang Fan and said, "This general cannot examine the imperial edict. It must be verified by the provincial governor of this prefecture." Yang Fan smiled slightly. "But the one we are arresting is the provincial governor. How can it be verified?" Yi Yu's expression suddenly changed. He said, "If that's the case, it can be verified by someone else." Yang Fan said, "Someone else is also among them." Yi Yu was startled. He stammered, Then it can be done by the chief." Yang Fan glanced at him and sighed. "The Yenzhou prefecture has already been cooked in one scoop. General Yi, right now I am not asking you to mobilize your troop. I am only asking you to bide your time. Anyone who disobeys will be charged with treason. Do you understand?" At first, Yang Fan spoke slowly, but towards the end, his tone became stern. Yi Yu's body trembled. He couldn't help but reply, "This lowly general understands." Yang Fan struck while the iron was hot. He slowly straightened his body and coldly said, "Hand over the military edict and arrow." Chapter 9:17. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yi Yu became somewhat hesitant. He stared at Yang Fan, the light in his triangular eyes flickering. When the generals in Yi Yu's tent saw the appearance of their commander-in-chief, they involuntarily pressed down on the swords at their waists. Seeing them move, the black-robed youths disguised as attendants immediately unsheathed their swords. With a clanging sound, a cold light flashed. The generals were shocked and unconsciously unsheathed their weapons. For a moment, the commander's tent was filled with the glint of swords and shadows of swords, and a murderous air filled the air. Yang Fan's sharp eyes were fixed on Yi Yu from the beginning to the end. He stared at Yi Yu until Yi Yu didn't dare to look straight at him. Suddenly, Yang Fan burst into laughter and glared at those young men. "What are you guys doing? Do you think that General Yi will rebel? Quickly put away your swords and retreat to the side." The black-robed youths glared fiercely at the generals and slowly retreated to the side. Yi Yu's mind spun and he finally let out a long breath. Turning around, he angrily yelled at his subordinates, "What are you doing? You dare to use swords and spears against an imperial envoy? Squatting all day on your little plot of land, do you think your father is the greatest in the world? A group of bastards that don't even respect the law." After Yi Yu's fierce scolding, the generals obediently put away their weapons and slowly retreated to the side. Yi Yu and Governor Xie did indeed have some relations, but he was not deeply involved. The prefectural army was declining day by day. Although Master Military Officer Yi still held the position of subjugation Master Military Officer, the number of soldiers under his command was decreasing. The prefectural army's quota of soldiers and horses should have been 800, but in reality, there were not even 400. This was because the landless peasants had either left their villages or become tenant. Without land, they had no obligation to continue serving in the military. Those who had been granted land needed to serve in the prefectural army, but the equal field system had long since collapsed. Although the equal field system that had been implemented since the Northern Wei dynasty had once played a positive role, it was only a system that could play a positive role under specific historical circumstances. At that time, the population was withering and the land was barren, so the government could grant equal fields. Once the world stabilized and the population increased, the amount of land that could be given out would be severely insufficient. Furthermore, even though the land equalization order restricted the buying and selling of land, the farmers who were granted land had limited land and were economically weak. Other than selling their land, they would not be able to survive any natural disasters. Other than selling their land, there was no other way out. It was inevitable for the landlords to annex the land, and as such, the Northern Wei policy was destroyed not long after it was implemented. After that, Northern Qi, Northern Zhou, Sui, and Tang, because of the frequent changes of government, the loss of population, and the desolation of land, were all able to implement this policy in the early stages of founding. But without exception, once the world stabilized and the population increased, the drawbacks of this system were undoubtedly exposed. Nowadays, the equal field system in many areas was practically useless, and it was only a matter of time before it was abolished. Being in the official army, Yi Yu was well aware of the official army's current situation. He did not know when the official army would be disbanded and where he would go at that time. Therefore, he had long given up on leading the official army. He muddled along every day and made some money whenever he could. For example, a few days ago, people from Fengzhou had urgently purchased 100,000 don of grain and needed to be transported to Fengzhou. If they had hired laborers in twos and threes, the efficiency would not have been as fast. Official Yi had found him and the other 2 county commandants and asked them to help purchase and transport the grain. That was why they had been able to move so quickly. Using them to do things, the mobilization power and efficiency were far faster than normal people. Their soldiers were originally citizens and only became soldiers during times of war. As long as they didn't wear military uniforms, no one would know they were soldiers on a trip to Fengzhou. In the meantime, they had naturally made a lot of money. Although they had violated military discipline by doing these things, they were not in cahoots with Governor Xie. The court also knew that the official army was having a hard time. Although they were guilty, the punishment would not be too severe. However, if they were to take the risk and go against the imperial envoy, the nature would be completely different. Thinking of this, Yi Yu made up his mind. He ordered his bodyguard in a low voice, "Bring the talismans and arrows." Although Yang Fan looked very calm on the surface, he was actually afraid that the county commandant would be too close to Governor Xie and that he would do something desperate. Therefore, his tone and expression were stern, and he purposely put on a fearless appearance, hoping to intimidate him with his imposing manner and prevent him from having any disloyal thoughts. In this day and age, it was common for the Turks, and nobles to defect from each other. Even the current British minister Su Jingye, who was determined to restore Li Tang's throne, would want to escape to a foreign country that was hostile to the Tang dynasty, not to mention these corrupt officials who were not loyal to the emperor and did not love the country. Now that Yi Yu had finally given in, Yang Fan's heart was finally at ease. Yenzhou had a total of 13 prefectures. Among them, there were 3 prefectures that surrounded Yenzhou and were stationed near it. According to the names of the prefectures, they were the Fusha Prefectural Army, Jinming Prefectural Army, and Fenglin Prefectural Army. Among them, the Fusha Prefectural Army was the closest to Yenzhou City, which was also where Yang Fan was rushing to. Therefore, it was also called the Yenzhou Prefectural Army. The other 2 prefectures also sent people. Among these 2 prefectures, Fenglin Prefecture, according to the information obtained in advance, had the closest relationship with the prefectural officials. The 2 families were related. Because Yang Fan had another important mission, he went to the nearest Fusha Prefecture. Fenglin Prefecture was handed over to Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was dressed as a man. She led a few attendants and went straight to Fenglin Prefecture. While Yang Fan's people and Yi Yu's people were in a state of mutual hostility in the commander's tent, Gu Zhuting had just arrived at the Fenglin Prefectural Army's gate. When Lin Lu, the commandant of Zhe Prefectural Army, heard the news, he hurriedly invited Gu Zhuting and her people into the commander's tent. He asked for their purpose, but Gu Zhuting talked about all sorts of things to stall for time. This Lin Lu was actually Governor Xie's brother-in-law. Because Governor Xie fawned on Wei Wang Wuqingxi, all of a sudden he leaped over the Dragon Gate and became a high-ranking official. His whole family followed him and moved out of the sparsely populated, desolate and poor Zhenzhou prefecture. Governor Xie's brother-in-law, was originally a minor official in Zhenzhou's Ningyuan County. He also followed his brother-in-law and became an official. Although the Tang dynasty had a system of avoiding relatives, it was not perfected by later generations. It was not until the middle of the Tang dynasty that the imperial court stipulated that grandfather and grandson, father and son, cousins, and uncles and nephews were not allowed to be officials in the same ministry or department. This was only emphasized in the capital and was not followed locally. Nowadays, the imperial court was not so strict. Weren't the two officials in the same yamen? Governor Xie and Commandant Lin were not in the same yamen, and there was no direct subordinate relationship between the civil and military forces. Moreover, they were both local officials, so they were not restricted by the family avoidance system. Gu Zhuting knew that this Commandant Lin was Governor Xie's closest relative and had a lot of input into Governor Xie's affairs. It was very likely that he was Governor Xie's best friend. How could she not be extra careful? She kept putting on airs and putting on the airs of a high-ranking official in the capital, rambling on and on, asking all sorts of questions. She did not get into the main topic until a black-robed guard walked behind her and whispered a few words into her ear. Gu Zhuting nodded her head lightly. She then suddenly stood up. Her originally smiling face became solemn. Commandant Lin, Zhang Fengchen is inspecting Yenzhou and has investigated Yenzhou Provincial Governor Xie Yubin for many illegal acts. He has decided to bring him to justice. I am here on the orders of the Imperial Envoy to take over the military camp. Commandant Lin, please immediately hand over the military seal and command arrow. When Lin Lu heard these words, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just now, he saw Gu Zhuting was vague with her words, talking about all sorts of things. He secretly raised his guard and quietly ordered the soldiers to lie in ambush around the commander's tent. Now that the envoy really stated his intention, he didn't expect that it was for his brother-in-law. Lin Lu was deeply involved in Governor Xie's affairs and naturally knew what crime his family had committed. This was a crime punishable by execution. Lin Lu's face darkened as he stood up. In a deep voice he said, "This is against the rules. Provincial Governor Xie is a local governor. If he has committed a crime, the imperial censor will naturally impeach him and the Ministry of Justice will interrogate him. Why would the imperial army come to arrest him? Zhang Fengchen is inspecting the elders in all 4 directions under the imperial edict. When did he also have the right to interrogate the local officials?" Gu Zhuting's gaze froze. In a cold voice, she said, "You want to defy the imperial edict?" Lin Lu was originally just a small official in Ningyuan Academy in Zhenzhou. He originally lacked respect for the law and imperial power. Now that he had risen to the sky in one step and became a general, he was free and unfettered in this Yenzhou prefecture. He was even more daring. How would he be afraid of Gu Zhuting's threat? Hearing this, he coldly smiled and said, "I do not dare to violate the law, but you all." Lin Lu suddenly retreated a few steps and flashed to the center of a few fully armed generals. Pointing at Gu Zhuting, he sternly said, "They are scoundrels, pretending to be imperial envoys with ill intentions. Take them all down for me." Those who dare to disobey, Lin Lu pointed with his halberd and roared. Before the word "kill" had left his mouth, Gu Zhuting coldly laughed. Her figure flashed, and she had already scuttled forward like a ghost. Standing in front, County Military Officer Guai Chen Chongyun jumped in fright. The saber in his hand unconsciously slashed towards her. Gu Zhuting's slender waist swayed. With a tap of her foot, she floated past his side. Chen Chongyun's saber slashed empty air. Military Officer Chu Ziki hesitantly raised his saber. Before he could stab forward, Gu Zhuting had already spun around. Chu Ziki only saw a blur in front of his eyes. A figure flashed. His nostrils could only smell a faint fragrance. Gu Zhuting was already behind him. Lin Lu did not expect this imperial envoy's movement to be so fast. He hurriedly grabbed a general beside him and used him to block in front of him. Gu Zhuting's figure only paused for a moment before she quickly bounced back. She flipped in the air and accurately landed back on her seat. She leisurely picked up the cup of water and lightly said, "Show the banner." Looking back at Lin Lu, he was still holding the general's collar to block in front of him. Only half of his throat was exposed. At this moment, blood was spurting from his throat. The warm and salty blood splashed all over the general's head and face. This general seemed to be scared stiff. He maintained the posture of being pulled over diagonally without moving. So fast. What a fast movement technique, what a fast move, what a fast move. But it was unknown if she was using a saber or a sword. At this moment, she was only holding a porcelain cup that was as white as jade. There was no weapon in her hand. There was not even a drop of blood on her body. It was hard to believe that it had just killed someone with its orchid-like palm. Lin Lu's eyes were wide open. He looked at her in fear. His finger was still pointing in her direction. His throat made a gurgling sound. Suddenly, his body went limp and he collapsed onto the ground. In front, Chen Chongyun was in a horse stance with his saber in hand. He had not yet retracted his sharp steel saber. Military officer Chu Ziki was still maintaining the posture of thrusting his saber. He and Chen Chongyun were on the left and right. They were like two arhats subduing dragons and tigers. But the dragon and tiger were nowhere to be seen. There were only them standing there, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Chapter 9:18. Seeing their general killed on the spot and this person's unfathomable skills, the generals of the Feng Lin prefectural army were all shocked. They retreated several large steps as if they had seen a ghost. Commandant Gui Chen Chongyun shouted, "The general has been assassinated. Capture them. Quick, light the fire and summon the troops." Hua. Following Gu Zhuting's order, the two black-robed guards standing behind her suddenly moved. One of them quickly opened a long purple silk bundle and revealed a purple bamboo with a red oxtail hanging from it. The other opened a similar long bundle and revealed a scarlet banner with a red tiger and a golden dragon. Gu Zhuting's clear eyes swept over the generals in the tent. In a clear voice, she said, "The imperial banner is here. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed without mercy." The banner was used for rewards and the banner was used for killing. It was the same as the Han dynasty's Shangfang precious sword, the Three Kingdoms, Tujin, and Northern and Southern dynasties' imperial axe, and the Ming and Qing dynasties' imperial banner. It had the power to kill first and report later. It would not be easily given to an imperial envoy. Before the Tang dynasty implemented the system of regional commanders, it had only been given a few times. If it weren't for the Empress's most beloved little darling, Zhang Changzong, coming over, this banner of life and death would definitely not have been given. The camp where Gu Zhuting was coming was the most dangerous. How could Yang Fan not be worried? Thus, this banner with the power of life and death had been given to Yang Fan and handed over to Gu Zhuting. When the generals in the commander's tent saw Gu Zhuting reveal the banner, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. This was the first time they had seen a banner, but they were clear about its use. What should they do? Should they close their eyes and pretend they didn't know what a banner was and order the soldiers to chop this imperial envoy into meat paste, or should they disarm and obey orders? They had followed Commandant Lin and done all kinds of bad things. Now that Commandant Lin was dead and Governor Xie was about to be arrested, they would not be able to escape the net of the law. They were truly unwilling. But they were only accomplices. Even though they were guilty, their crimes did not warrant death. Even if they deserved death, it was only one person's crime. Now that the banner had been raised, it was as if the Emperor himself had arrived. If they continued to resist, their entire family would not be able to escape punishment. Just as he was struggling and hesitating, a black-robed guard accompanied by an old general who was fully armored and had a grizzled beard hurriedly burst into the commander's tent. There were guards at the gate and guards outside the tent. How could these two people barge in? Could it be? This thought had just surfaced in the minds of all the generals when the armored old general, who had charged into the tent with large strides, cupped his hands and performed a military salute to Gu Zhuting. With a voice like a great bell, he said, Sui Province Prefectural Army Commandant of Zhejiang, Shi Lai, has received an imperial edict to lead his troops into Yenzhou and await the imperial envoy's orders. When Chen Chongyun heard this, he knew that the situation was hopeless. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and threw the saber in his hand to the ground. He knelt down on one knee and said with his head lowered, Feng Lin Prefecture's Commandant Gui Chen Chongyun awaits the imperial envoy's judgment. Behind him, there was a series of clattering noises. The generals threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. Gu Zhuting stood up and raised her eyebrows. She cupped her hands to return the salute to General Shi and said in a clear voice, Thank you for your trouble, General Shi. Please divide some troops to take over the barracks here and then follow me to the Jinming Prefectural Army to provide support. Before the banquet began, all the elders gathered at the provincial governor's manor to listen to the emperor's holy teachings and concern conveyed to them by the angel. When Yang Fan left, he arranged for first Gu and second Gu to stay by Zhang Changzong's side. This was the empress's darling. If anything happened to him, no amount of meritorious service would be able to make up for this mistake. Yang Fan had to protect him well. However, Zhang Changzong didn't feel that he was in the midst of a pack of wolves. He promised to wait for Yang Fan to return before making trouble, but in his heart, he planned to make a move without waiting for Yang Fan's return. With Yang Fan around, he always felt that it wasn't straightforward enough. If he directly gave the order to take down all the officials of the prefecture, how delightful would that be? When he stood at the corner of the temporarily built high platform, he saw the provincial governor, other officials, the chief of censorate, and other major officials of the prefecture already standing solemnly on the platform. He also saw the elders below the platform slowly gathering in front of the platform. He couldn't help but fantasize that if he suddenly took down these people and listed the crimes of these corrupt officials in front of the stunned elders, thinking of such a scene, Zhang Changzong felt a little smug. He called for First Gu in a low voice and whispered, Get ready to move. First Gu cried out, Zhang Fengchen, General Yang hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Changzong said eagerly, Why do we need to wait for him? These are all civil officials, who would dare to rebel against the heavens. First Gu frowned and whispered into his ear, Zhang Fengchen, look over there. Zhang Changzong looked in the direction that First Gu was pointing and saw a few officials wearing sabers at their waists leading a group of bailiffs wielding chains and batons in their hands patrolling the area. First Gu whispered, These corrupt officials are all guilty of the death penalty. We have to be careful of cornered dogs doing something desperate. If they kidnap their families and property and flee to other tribes, Zhang Fengchen, this place isn't far from the Turks. Second Gu also came to his side and whispered, Who knows how many benefits the officials and bailiffs here have received from them. It's inevitable that some of them will be willing to advance and retreat with them. Zhang Fengchen, we mustn't be too hasty. It won't be too late to make trouble after General Yang has taken control of the 3 prefectures and returned with his troops. Zhang Changzong looked at the crowd below the platform and couldn't suppress his desire to show off. First Gu said, General Yang said that it isn't difficult to capture these corrupt officials. The difficult part is how to capture them all in one fell swoop without letting a single one escape. The difficult part is how to capture all the officials in the Yenzhou prefecture and how to ensure the prefecture's stability. Zhang Fengchen, why don't you calm them down first and wait for General Yang to return with his troops? At that time, Zhang Fengchen will be able to capture them all in one fell swoop with a single command. Zhang Changzong hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding his head. First Gu and Second Gu secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quietly retreated to the side. Zhang Changzong coughed and gestured to Governor Xie, who was standing solemnly on the platform. Governor Xie hurriedly walked to his side. Zhang Changzong said, "Everyone is here. Let's begin." Xie Yubin nodded his head and walked to the center of the platform. Pressing his hands down, he raised his voice and said, "Silence. Silence. Dear elders, in order to educate the world and promote the virtues of respecting the elderly, we have specially sent out envoys to patrol the world and convey the Son of Heaven's benevolence and concern to all the elders. Today, Imperial Envoy Zhang Fengchen has received the Imperial Edict and spared no effort to travel a long and arduous journey to my Yanzhou. Convey the concern of the Holy Son of Heaven to the elders in all directions, and set up a banquet to entertain all the elders. Next, I invite Zhang Fengchen to announce the Imperial Edict. My Yanzhou's officials and people, from top to bottom, will respectfully listen to the Imperial Edict." After Governor Xie finished speaking, he took 2 steps back and cupped his hands toward Zhang Changzong. Zhang Changzong pinched the Imperial Edict hidden in his sleeve and walked to the front of the platform. On this trip, the Emperor had granted him the authority to take advantage of the situation. As long as they could confirm the facts, they could arrest the culprit. For such a big case, once it happened, there would be no way to cover it up. The evidence could be slowly gathered, and there was no need to follow normal procedures like in Yanzhou. Elders of Yanzhou, this Changzong pays his respects. Zhang Changzong cleared his throat and put on a smile. He bowed to the elders below the platform in a cultured, refined, and elegant manner. The elders below the platform cupped their hands in greeting one after another. Zhang Changzong slowly straightened his back and said in a clear voice, 60 is old, 70 is old, 60 is obedient, 70 is to follow one's heart's desires, and 70 is to follow the rules. Therefore, my court has appointed the elders who are old and virtuous and are respected by the people to preside over the region, persuade the people to do good, settle disputes, and take care of the affairs of the people. Now that the world is at peace, the contributions of the elders cannot go unnoticed. While Zhang Changzong was talking non-stop and displaying his eloquence, Yang Fan had already left the Fushi official army. He didn't transfer troops from the Fushi official army. He only took their tokens and arrows and left behind a few people to watch over Yi Yu and the other generals. He took only 2 soldiers with him and galloped out of the gate, heading straight for the official road that led to the Yanzhou Prefecture's south gate. At this time, Gu Zhuting and General Shilai from Suizhou were leading 600 guards from east to west. They crossed the official road north of Yanzhou and hurried towards the Golden Official Army's encampment. From the information they had gathered, the Golden Official Army didn't have a close relationship with Governor Xie and the others. However, they didn't dare to completely believe the information they had gathered, in case something unexpected happened. Anything could happen on the border. Although the border generals of these places were not like the Turkic and Khitan chieftains who would surrender to the Tang one day and then betray the Tang the next, defecting back and forth as if it were a common occurrence, it was not unheard of for defections to occur. Because these areas were close to the border, since ancient times, the Central Plains Empire and the nomadic tribes on the border had always fought over these areas. Lao Ai, Guifang, Rong Di Lufan, Yushi, Chang Di, Xianbei, Jihu, Xiongnu, Uyghur, Turkic, Dongxiang, as well as the Kutcha and Sogdians from the western regions. Dozens of tribes had used this area as the front line of the tug-of-war for thousands of years. When the foreign tribes were powerful, they had ruled this area for at least a few decades or even 100 years. As a result, the people in this area had very limited loyalty to the imperial court. Although there weren't tyrants like in the southern border who could contend with the imperial power, the imperial court's control was also limited, so they had to be extra cautious. Gu Zhuting stalled for time in the Fenglin official army just to wait for Shilai to arrive with his army. Once his troops arrived, Gu Zhuting would immediately take control of the most dangerous Fenglin guards and then go to the Golden Official Army with General Shi Lai. Gu Zhuting's third brother had already gone to the Golden Official Army with the Turtle Talisman of Imperial Order. If Gu Zhuting led her troops there, she would definitely be able to smoothly take control of the Golden Official Army. Yang Fan galloped all the way to the official road and reined in his horse. There were only 2 or 3 groups of people walking slowly on the main road. Yang Fan looked up at the position of the sun, then turned his horse to the shade of the trees, dismounted, and rested. He sat on a big rock by the road and quietly waited. He was waiting for reinforcements from the Lu prefecture of Feng province. If this group of people came too early, they would alert the enemy. If they came too late, they would be of no use. Therefore, from the beginning, Yang Fan set a strict time limit for them to arrive. The time was almost up. Chapter 9:19. Yenzhou Prefecture's squad leader, Yang Chengwu, was wearing a patched dress and a worn-out hat. He carried a saber so worn out that its sheath was showing its leather color. He stood at the southern gate with his chest puffed out and belly puffed out. Beside him were a few guards holding whistle sticks. It had been a long time since Yang Chengwu had worn such tattered clothes. In order to find this outfit, he had specially made a trip to old Constable Shang, who had retired many years ago. These past few days, Yenzhou Prefecture had been in a state of chaos. Now, the city gate was very desolate. Yang Chengwu yawned, and was about to instruct someone to keep an eye on things while he went to the top of the city wall to take a nap. Suddenly, dust flew in the distance. Yang Chengwu thought that some prefecture had sent grain and couldn't help but feel angry. Which damn prefecture is this? Didn't the prefectural government already issue an official document? Why are they still sending things here? Yang Chengwu was about to send someone forward to stop them when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did it look like an army coming from afar? Yang Chengwu covered his eyes with his hand and looked carefully. Sure enough, it was an army with fluttering banners and horses. While Yang Chengwu was bewildered, the army had already arrived in front of him. There were 3 or 4 horses in front of them, each with a general sitting on top. Yang Chengwu stepped forward in surprise and asked, "Are you the prefectural army? Why are you entering the city?" A man rode forward. He was wearing an indigo round-neck robe with dark flowers woven on it. He wore a silk scarf on his head and a honeysuckle embroidered belt around his waist. On top of it hung an abacus, a saber, a sharpening stone, a flint pouch, and other items. He was clearly a 5th-ranked military officer. This man was very young, with eyes like stars. He was elegant and handsome. He smiled at Yang Chengwu, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. "Don't you recognize me, Yang Chengwu?" Yang Chengwu fixed his eyes on him and couldn't help but cry out, "Ah! You are Dianshi Yang?" Yang Fan laughed out loud, pointed his horsewhip forward, and said, "It is Yang, quickly open the gate." Yang Chengwu stammered, "Dianshi Yang, where did this army come from?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said indifferently, "Yang Chengwu, just do your job. There are some things you shouldn't be asking about." Squad leader Yang's face turned red. He awkwardly waved his hand to several of his men, who promptly removed the obstacles in front of the city gate. Yang Fan whipped his horse and entered the city with several mounted officers. Behind them, a large group of people entered the city with orderly footstep. Yang Chengwu looked at the army entering the city and slapped the back of his head. He muttered to himself, from his attire, he should be a 5th-ranked official. I thought he was just a small follower of the imperial envoy. I didn't expect the rank of the Dianshi in the capital to be so high. It's true that the Prime Minister's doorstep is a 7th-ranked official. We're just running errands, we can't compare to him. Zhang Changzong talked big and witty, but there was always a time when he ran out of things to say. After making up nonsense for half a day, he saw that Yang Fan still hadn't arrived, so he ended the conversation and ordered the banquet to begin. A sumptuous banquet was also set up in the reception hall of the second courtyard of the provincial governor's manor. Governor Xie, official Yi, and the others accompanied the imperial envoy to drink. Yi Luoyu had originally been a little worried, but now that the banquet had begun and there was nothing out of the ordinary, he could finally relax. Everyone ate a few dishes and drank a few cups of wine. Governor Xie and a group of officials accompanied Zhang Changzong out to toast the old people. Everywhere they went, the old people would stand up and exchange pleasantries with each other. It was a very lively scene. Zhang Changzong slowly finished toasting the main courtyard and turned to the slums, outside the eastern courtyard. There was still more than half of the wine in his cup. Every time he drank, he only tasted it on his lip. At this moment, a group of men and horses came from afar. Their swords and spears were shining, and their spears and halberds were like a forest. Everyone looked over and was stunned. The elders at the banquet all stood up and looked at the scene in shock. They saw the group of soldiers running over from afar. Before they reached them, they split up and surrounded the entire slums. Seeing this, Gouda and Guer immediately stepped forward and pushed away Provincial Governor Xie and Liu Biche, who were standing on Zhang Changzong's left and right. Zhang Changzong said excitedly, "They're here?" Without waiting for the others to answer, he saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan and a few official army generals were approaching. They got off their horses and walked forward, followed by two groups of murderous soldiers. Zhang Changzong was overjoyed and quickly walked forward to welcome them. Yang Fan immediately crossed his arms and saluted him, saying in a loud voice, "I am Yang Fan. Following the imperial envoy's orders, I have led a total of 1,200 soldiers from the Fulu residence of Feng province here. We will follow Zhang Fengchen's orders." Yang Fan didn't want to be in the limelight. Not to mention the fact that some of the Yenzhou officials came from aristocratic families, it wasn't appropriate for him to offend his boss behind the scenes. Even if he had connections with other officials in the court, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to take the blame. The most outstanding person in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In a political environment that valued the collective over the individual for thousands of years, even the most outstanding person, even if he temporarily held power in the court, would sooner or later be gnawed into bones by his colleagues. Fools who thought they could be invincible by clinging to the emperor's thigh would be finished sooner or later. In Yang Fan's mind, Zhang Changzong's dainty physique was like a meat shield with a defense of 1,000%. From the very beginning, he had been designated as a living treasure for a meat shield. If he didn't use it now, when would he? Zhang Changzong didn't have this kind of awareness. Seeing that Yang Fan was extremely respectful to him and had handed over the limelight of capturing all of Yenzhou's officials to him, Zhang Changzong was overjoyed. He immediately ordered, "Yang Fan, listen to my orders. Immediately arrest all of the Yenzhou government's official seal, assistant official, chief official, odd job official, and all of the officials." Only after Zhang Changzong finished speaking did he realize that he was still holding a wine cup in his hand. At this moment, it would be more dramatic if he tossed the cup as a signal. Zhang Changzong didn't even think about it. He immediately smashed the cup in his hand onto the ground and shouted, "Do it!" The wine cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. This time, it was quite imposing, but it was unknown how much hatred this smash had attracted. "I will obey your orders." Yang Fan was very cooperative and loudly accepted the order. The Lu Residence's Zhechong commandant, Li Yibai, laughed sinisterly and waved the saber in his hand, shouting, "Do it!" His subordinates, like wolves and tigers, swarmed forward and pressed Governor Xie, Liu Bigu, Chief Historian Yi, Major Lin and the other officials to the ground. First they stripped them of their official robes and hats, and then they tied them up with rope. Their hands and feet were very agile. The surrounding elders were dumbstruck by this scene. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly moved to Zhang Changzong's side and said in a low voice, "Zhang Fengchen, please appease the surrounding elders." Zhang Changzong was a little unhappy that Yang Fan had always acted arbitrarily in the early stages of the plan. Now that it was time to be in the limelight, but Yang Fan was following his lead everywhere, his unhappiness had long since vanished. Zhang Changzong nodded satisfactorily at Yang Fan and took 2 steps forward. Spreading his arms, he said in a loud voice, "Elders, please do not be alarmed. This official is under imperial edict to arrest a group of corrupt officials in Yenzhou. This official has nothing to do with you elders. Today I invite all the elders to bear witness. Furthermore, this official has something to entrust to all the elders. Elders, please calm down, calm down." Yi Luoyu was pressed to the ground by several valiant Lu residence guards. She was stripped of her official robes and hat, and her 4 limbs were tied up like a pig being slaughtered. Her face was pressed against the mud as she stared fixedly at Yang Fan. After staring for a while, she sighed sadly and slowly closed her eyes. The entire Yenzhou prefecture was in a mess. Soldiers were arresting people everywhere. Fortunately, most of the officials with status were in the provincial governor's residence, so arresting them was very easy. Among them, there were some who were indiscriminately arrested, such as doctors of literature, doctors of medicine, and some powerless old officials. At this time, there was no time to distinguish between them. First, they were all arrested. When they were registered, their identities could be ascertained before they were released. As for the minor officials, they were all small characters who ran errands. Although Yang Fan had the heart to eradicate evil, he also understood that these people were the foundation of governance. He couldn't just sweep them all away. Moreover, these minor officials were all dishonest at the top and unscrupulous at the bottom. If their superiors were incorruptible, they wouldn't dare to run amok. If their superiors were greedy, they would naturally lose their integrity. If another batch of people came up, they would still be the same. Where could he find so many incorruptible gentlemen? Therefore, he let them all go. The situation in Yenzhou Prefecture was undergoing a disastrous change. When the Fulu Mansion's officers and soldiers searched all the way down the provincial governor's mansion, they unexpectedly discovered a picturesque and magnificent mansion hidden deep in the forest at the back of the mansion. They could not help but be astonished by Governor Xie's wealth. Just from the Xie residence's rear residence, they had confiscated mountains of gold, pearls, jade, and countless riches. Of course, it was inevitable that the soldiers would steal some easily concealed small belongings in passing. In fact, this included the soldiers of Suizhou's Zhilia division, who had strict military governance. When they searched the mansions of various corrupt officials, they also stole small fortunes. This kind of thing was unavoidable. Zhang Changzong was too lazy to care, and Yang Fan turned a blind eye to it. From the beginning, Yang Fan's plan was to only catch the main culprit, catch the big tiger, and release the small mice. Those small mice who had a guilty conscience held the idea of making up for their mistakes with good deeds. During this period of time, they naturally trembled with fear and worked even harder. Moreover, with their superior officers arrested and the army stationed here, even if there were people among them who wanted to stir up trouble, they could only cry out in vain. In addition, Yang Fan found an excuse ahead of time to summon the venerable elders of the official group who had direct jurisdiction over the villages to the Yenzhou government. He explained the situation to them and had them pacify the area before the court finished investigating the case and appointed new local officials. These people were all people with prestige in the area. They themselves were the heads of the local tyrants, landlords, and large clans. In the villages, their words were always the law. Naturally, they could play a role in stabilizing the area. Because of this, a political storm that could reach the heavens did not set off a major upheaval in the Yenzhou government. This was also a request that Wu Zetian had instructed in advance. In the emperor's heart, the entire world was hers. No one was more eager or more sincere in fighting corruption than her. However, the officialdom was about politics. The establishment of officials was to rule and serve for politics. She couldn't break all the jars and jars in her house just to catch a few big mice. Zhang Changzong and Yang Fan stayed in Yenzhou for many days until the court sent another group of imperial soldiers to suppress the situation. They also appointed new provincial governors, other officials, and the chief censor. The Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Censorate also sent a large number of people to clean up the aftermath. Only then did the two of them escort the criminal officials back to the capital with irrefutable evidence. From the feudal officials to the prefectural and county officials, Zhang Changzong and Yang Fan took more than 60 people back to the capital to be interrogated. More than 10 people committed suicide to escape punishment. Even so, this tornado was only the beginning. Although Zhou Xing and Lai Junqian, who were experts in plagiarism, had already turned to dust, this case was too important. No official dared to be negligent in handling it. Additionally, there were too many clues to be found. It was inevitable that this storm would spread to the surrounding areas. At this time, Shen Mu had already rushed to Luoyang. Because of the influence of the political storm in Yenzhou, an even more treacherous and complicated storm was faintly forming in the sky above Luoyang. Chapter 920. After the Yenzhou case broke out, there were endless disturbances in the capital. The Yenzhou corruption also caused a major earthquake in the officialdom of Fengzhou and Danzhou. All of this caused the capital to be in turmoil. The local officials always had someone to rely on in the capital and communicate with each other. Thus, the officials in the capital and the local officials all had inextricable connections. Even if these connected officials didn't embezzle, they were still worried about bringing the fire to themselves because of their close connections. At this critical juncture, they had to maneuver from top to bottom and ask for favors from all sides in an effort to clear their names. The officials who had nothing to do with the corruption cases in the 3 northwestern provinces took the opportunity to eye the vacancies in the northwestern officialdom. These were all juicy pieces of meat. Who didn't want a bite? If you held resources in your hands, wouldn't people curry favor with you? If they placed their trusted aides in important positions, they could use them to strengthen their power. Even if they won some of the lowly or unimportant positions, they could give them to their friends, trusted aides, and old friends to indirectly expand their authority. Those who took advantage of the situation and those who were eager to clear their names made the already muddy water even more muddy. At the same time, a series of problems appeared after the flood retreated, leaving the court in a terrible shape. Because of the flood, a portion of the river was blocked. After the flood, there were many things to do. It was not easy to immediately recruit laborers to dredge the river. Even if it could be started immediately, it would take 2 months before the river could be used again. During this time, the transport of grain was not possible. If they wanted to transport grain to Jingdou by land, the huge losses were negligible, and the efficiency was not optimistic. It was already autumn. In winter, a portion of the river would freeze. The court had to transport this autumn's grain to Jingdou before that. If it was delayed, it would cause Jingdou to run out of grain. From a safety perspective, this was a great threat to Jingdou. From an economic perspective, this would cause prices in Jingdou to remain high and create a very unstable situation. Although Wu Zetian hated and loathed the collusion of the officials in the 3 northwestern provinces and the vile behavior of all officials who were not corrupt, given her unyielding personality, she would not let this matter rest. She also knew that the most important thing for the court was to solve the transport problem. In order to focus her energy on solving the current predicament, Wu Zetian had no choice but to end the Yenzhou case as soon as possible so that all the officials of the imperial court could focus their energy on the transportation problem. Wu Zetian dealt with the matter very quickly. In just 3 days, she sentenced 29 corrupt officials to death by hanging, exiled 42 officials, and dismissed and demoted dozens of officials. After a storm of corruption eradication, the entire Yenzhou bureaucracy was emptied. The matter of following the vines to get rid of the maggots could be left to the 3 law divisions to deal with slowly, but the large-scale verdict was a signal. Yanzhou's corruption case had come to an end. Wu Zetian summoned the prime ministers and officials from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue to discuss how to solve the difficulties the capital was currently facing. For the next few days, all the officials expressed their opinions, but none of them could come up with a perfect plan. Wu Zetian was impatient. She glanced at Minister of Revenue and Lingyu, who had been frowning and pretending to be deep in thought, but couldn't come up with a proper proposal. She said coldly, "Minister, and has been thinking hard for many days. Do you have a good plan? Could it be that the Ministry of Revenue has no opinion on this?" Hearing the anger in the Empress's words, Minister An's heart trembled. Although the Yanzhou case had all sorts of problems, the main cause was grain. As the head of the Ministry of Revenue, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame for such a major case occurring right under his nose. If it weren't for the fact that the transportation problem had, fortunately, occurred and the imperial court was in need of manpower, he would have inevitably been implicated. Now that the emperor was furious, if he didn't offer a plan, the consequences would be dire. Minister An steeled his heart and gathered his courage. He spoke of the plan that Lu Nanquan, the minister of Duji, had offered when he was discussing it with his subordinates at the Yamen. "Your Majesty, this subject believes that this winter's danger can be easily resolved, but the crisis of 10,000 years is over. Luoyang floods once every decade, and the power of heaven and earth can't cure it. The capital of the nation, the center of the world, shouldn't be built in a place of worry." Wu Zetian frowned and asked, "What does Minister An mean?" Minister An gritted his teeth and said, "This subject believes that the imperial court should return the capital to Chang'an." Once these words were spoken, the hall instantly fell silent. Luobing Workshop was located in the northwest corner of Luoyang. Across the Luo River was the Chongqing Gate of the imperial city. At this moment, countless craftsmen were repairing the Chongqing Gate and a section of the city wall that had collapsed during the flood. On this side of the river was Shen Mu's manor. Outside the manor's walls was a workshop wall. Both walls had been destroyed by the flood and hadn't been rebuilt yet. Thus, Shen Mu could see the slightly muddy Luo River flowing away as he sat in the courtyard. In the courtyard and in the hall, a group of servants were busy sweating profusely. There was a thick layer of mud everywhere in the mansion. If they wanted to clean the manor as good as new, it would be impossible to do it in 2 or 3 days. It had already been 7 days, but only a small area had been cleaned. Shen Mu was currently sitting under a large tree. There was a leisurely chair under the tree and a stone table next to it. The area had already been cleaned and the ground was exposed. A few tenacious blades of grass covered in mud were slowly recovering their vitality. There was a large tree to the side, and there were obvious traces of it being soaked in water. Lan Jinhai stood beside him, dressed in a scholarly robe, appearing gentle and elegant. Lan Jinhai gazed at the buildings of the imperial city across from him. With the azure sky as the background, he said thoughtfully, "Will the emperor do as the headmaster wishes and return the capital to Chang'an?" Shen Mu picked up a teacup from the short table beside him and took a small sip. He lightly said, "I'll do my best and leave it to fate. I only have a 40% chance." Surprise flashed through Lan Jinhai's eyes. Shen Mu glanced at him and said, "What? You think it's impossible to succeed?" Lan Jinhai shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, I think it's unimaginable to have a 40% chance of influencing an emperor's decision, especially something as important as moving the capital. I'm worried that the emperor will intentionally move the capital just because the flood has cut off the transportation and affected the grain storage in the capital this winter. Although Luoyang is in danger of flooding, Guangzhou is also in danger of drought. It's not a perfect place." Shen Mu said, "Of course it's not because of this matter. It's not because of the problems shown by these matters, it's because of some of the reasons revealed." Shen Mu leisurely said, "From the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors until now, if we carefully look at the capital cities chosen by the dynasties, we can find that there are traces of it." Pan Gung moved to Yin because Yin was rich and it was easy to gather provisions. Another reason was that by moving the capital, it was easy for him to weaken the strength of the nobles in the old capital. The third reason was to stay away from the territories of the disloyal foreign races, stabilizing his rule. King Ping of Zhou moved the capital to Luoyi because of the War Hounds' rebellion. Moreover, the War Hounds were still watching from the side, so moving the capital was safe. As for Emperor Xiaowen of Wei moving the capital, one was to stay away from the threat of the nomads in the north. The other was to move the capital from Ping City to Luoyang, where agriculture was flourishing and transport was convenient. It could also break away from the power of the Xianbei nobles in the north, allowing for a smooth revolution. With the past as a mirror, when an emperor chooses a capital, they will always consider 4 aspects. The first is geography, the second is economy, the third is military affairs, and the fourth is politics. Geographically, although Guanzhong had droughts from time to time, floods posed a greater threat to the capital. If this flood got bigger and flooded Luoyang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although this place had the advantage of transportation, in terms of advantages, it was barely equal to Chang'an. Speaking of economics, from the warring states until now, Shandong and the Pass Central were the most developed areas. No one knew what the future would be like, but for now, there were only these 2 areas. Of the 3, Shandong had the Khitans to the north and the Turks to the west, so the only ones suitable to be the capital were Chang'an and Luoyang. In terms of military affairs, with our dynasty's military power, there was not much difference between Chang'an and Luoyang. Then the main deciding factor was politics. The Pass Central was the foundation of our dynasty, having been managed by 3 dynasties. The current emperor only moved the capital to Luoyang 10 years ago, but the heart of the dynasty was still in the Pass Central. If Pass Central was lost, the dynasty would be in danger. Although the empress moved the capital to Luoyang, she still valued Pass Central. The prefectural military occupied 30% of the country, and anyone who was the commander of Chang'an was the emperor's confidant. From this, one could see how much the current emperor valued Pass Central. In the end, although the emperor did not know of our existence, she knew that the elders of the major families often came to Chang'an. Do you think she was at ease? Now, such a major corruption case had occurred in Yan, Ji, and Dan provinces. These 3 provinces were all in the past. It had only been 10 years since the emperor moved the capital to Luoyang, but the governance of the Pass Central had been ruined. The foundation had become like this. Do you think the emperor was at ease? Why had the emperor not sent officials to fill in the vacated positions when there was such a major problem with the Guanzhong officials this time? He was not willing to have the Ministry of Appointments choose officials like last time in the southern frontier. Instead, he considered them one by one, deliberated again, and personally chose people for each important position? Some people thought that they would be able to get official positions this time, but they never thought that they were only eyeing a few positions. From the perspective of the emperor, how could the woman sitting on the throne of the emperor be thinking what they wanted? Pass Central was so important, but such a major problem occurred. How could the emperor not be cautious? Also, the current emperor had already chosen a crown prince. One day, the government would be returned to the Li family. Right now, the military power was firmly in the hands of the Wu family. The second Zhang clan had recently risen and frequently acted, placing trusted aides in the court and military. Only the Li family, other than a few loyal old officials, had almost no power. The Wu family had operated in Luoyang for so many years. On the surface, their power was far greater than the Li family's. Who knew how much power they had in the dark? How could the emperor not consider how to stabilize the inheritance? When the empress had set the capital in Luoyang, it was because Chang'an was the foundation of the Li family. That was then and this was now. Since she was determined to return the power to the Li family and the capital to Chang'an, it was a good method. This way, she could make use of this opportunity to adjust the power of the Wu and Li clans in order to achieve a balance. Of course, this is the logic. We are just making use of this suggestion. When the emperor hears it, she will then think of these problems. As for how she will choose in the end, it is not something we can control. Lan Jinhai was sincerely convinced. Sect Patriarch's words have enlightened this subordinate. From the looks of it, the emperor does have sufficient reasons to move the capital. Yang Fan had just moved the succession hall to Luoyang. Sect Patriarch's move of removing the firewood from the bottom of the cauldron has grasped the initiative. At this point, Lan Jinhai couldn't help but chuckle. The 3 northwestern prefectures were originally a huge blow to us. Sect Patriarch was able to turn the disadvantageous situation into an advantageous one and made use of this matter to urge the emperor to move the capital to Chang'an. We have the advantage in terms of terrain and manpower in Chang'an. With such a situation, what else does the hidden sect have to go against me? Shin Mu smiled and squinted his eyes to look at the white clouds in the azure sky. He lamented, "It is still too early to say victory or defeat. Yang Fan has the heavenly authority in his hands." What is the heavenly authority now? It is the imperial power that he can use at any time. The heavenly authority is unfathomable, and I don't dare to belittle this little Erlang anymore. The younger generation will surpass us in time. At this moment, a family member walked over quietly and arrived at Shin Mu's side. He leaned over and whispered, "Young Master, Chui Lin from Clear River requests for an audience." Shin Mu smiled faintly and said to Lan Jinhai, "Look, the person who came to make trouble is here." Shin Mu turned around and said to that family member, "Invite young Master Chui to the study room." Finishing his statement, Shin Mu stood up and swaggered off. There was an empty rocking chair under the tree, and it was swaying non-stop. Chapter 921. Chui Lin had just come out of Yang Fan's place to visit Shin Mu. The storm in Yenzhou had affected all directions, and the 7 great clans had suffered heavy losses. The Li Tang dynasty had been established in Guangzhou since its founding, so the power that the 7 great clans had worked hard to develop was concentrated in Guangzhou. After Wu Zetian took power, she had moved the capital to Luoyang. But Chang'an, as the secondary capital of the Zhou dynasty and the capital of the Tang dynasty, had never been inferior to Luoyang in terms of political and economic strength. Also, Wu Zetian had only established the country 10 years ago. To support a representative who could truly be of use in officialdom, the investment period was usually longer than 10 years. Therefore, the 7 great clans' foundation in Luoyang was extremely shallow. In addition, these 10 years had been the most turbulent in politics. There had been endless killings and purges. Even the prime ministers found it hard to be comprehensive, much less the useless soldiers and crab generals who were on the wrong side. Under these circumstances, they could not develop their power in Luoyang. This was also the main reason why the 7 great clans still chose Chang'an as their main location. In the end, the disaster in Yenzhou had spread to Dan Province, Feng Province, and all of Guangzhou had been shaken. The networks that the great clans had worked hard to develop in Guangzhou for many years were inevitably destroyed. They placed the blame on Yang Fan. If Yang Fan had not broken the rules and drawn the power of the officials into the conflict between the obvious and hidden sects, how could this have happened? Chui Lin had already grasped the attitudes of the various clan heads. When he saw Yang Fan again, he was not polite. He first listed the losses suffered by the great clans to Yang Fan, accompanied by harsh denunciations and condemnations. In the end, his anger had not yet dissipated. He concluded, "You, Yang Fan, cannot escape the blame for this matter. You must take responsibility." Yang Fan said with an innocent expression, "This matter has nothing to do with me. The officials of the Yenzhou government are extremely daring to swindle disaster relief, and this is not the first time. How can it be concealed? The Emperor somehow learned of the true situation there, and sent people to investigate. This kind of matter cannot be concealed, so naturally it was found. I have official duties and am only following orders to go to Yenzhou on official business. The main envoy is Zhang Changzong, and I, as the deputy envoy, am only following orders. Even if I don't go, the imperial court will send someone else, and the final result will still be the same, no different from now. Brother Cui, why do you want to impose this responsibility on me? Cui Lin was furious and said, You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Even if you weren't the one behind this, you could at least inform us in advance, right? The corners of Yang Fan's lips curled up slightly as he mocked. Why should I greet you? How do I know your people are there? Have you ever told me? As an official in the imperial court, do I have to report everything to you? Besides, those people have families, businesses, and reputations. Even if I tell you, as long as they are involved, do you think they can escape? Cui Lin's expression turned gloomy as his fair skin turned green. Sect Master Yang, I'm only conveying the clan lord's dissatisfaction to you. The clan lords can support you to the highest heavens and can also step on you to hell. Please behave yourself. Yang Fan said indifferently, If you remove me, will you be able to suppress the fighting spirit of the entire Xian sect? If you remove me, will the hidden sect give up on attacking us? If you remove me, will the Emperor stop investigating this corruption case? If you remove me, will you let those of you who have official identities and are involved in this case be safe and sound? If you can, I will step aside. When Cui Lin heard this, he was instantly speechless. In reality, Yang Fan's recent series of forceful and effective actions had already won the hearts of the entire Xian sect. How could he be easily replaced by the aristocratic families behind the scenes? Many people in the Xian sect might not be completely loyal to Yang Fan, but they were very supportive of him. Putting everything else aside, if Yang Fan was able to lead the Xian sect to victory, not only would they be able to vent out their resentment for losing to the hidden sect previously, but their authority and benefits would also increase. As for the old fellows in the Imperial Pivot Department who had recently been put in an important position, they fully supported Yang Fan and swore their loyalty to him. It was Yang Fan, who was also from a commoner clan, who put them in an important position. If the sect master was changed and someone from an aristocratic family took over, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be thrown back into the cold palace. These advisors who had no power and influence had now tasted the taste of power. It was a feeling that made them feel like they were walking on clouds. They wouldn't be willing to give up everything that was in their hands, so they could only stand on Yang Fan's side without reservation. There was no need to consider the series of "can I" questions from Yang Fan. Just because of this reason, the aristocratic families couldn't act rashly against Yang Fan. The conflict between the two sides hadn't developed to the point where they would rather bring great losses to this enormous economic empire just to get rid of Yang Fan. Therefore, Cui Lin could only give in. After Yang Fan made a promise that as long as he let Shen Mu meet him and both sides reached a compromise, he would stop the war with Shen Mu and do his best to stop the situation from getting worse, so as to protect the forces of the aristocratic families that were in the eye of the storm. Cui Lin could only leave resentfully and go back to pressuring Shen Mu. Cui Lin boarded the carriage and immediately left in a hurry. Yang Fan stood under the lintel of the door and looked at the carriage that was gradually getting further away. He raised his hand to touch his ear, and when he lowered it, he very naturally swung it forward. At the side of the road, a porter leading a donkey immediately tiptoed over. Yang Fan already knew that Shen Mu had come to Luoyang, but he hadn't found out where he was staying. Now, he could use Cui Lin to find out where he was. If Cui Lin could facilitate the two of them to meet, that would be for the best. There were some things that he wanted to discuss with Shen Mu face to face. If Shen Mu avoided meeting him, finding out where he was would also make it easier for him to take action. Yang Fan saw that the carriage had already disappeared into the alley and was about to turn around to return to the mansion. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he saw several servants rushing over. One of them was a guard that the succession hall had arranged in the mansion. Yang Fan's house now had the protection of Gu Jingzhang's family. Most of the people sent by the succession hall had been transferred to other uses, leaving a few people behind to guard the back residence. Yang Fan was puzzled and asked, "Why are you all panicking?" A girl's voice shouted from behind, "Don't delay, hurry up! Invite all the famous doctors in Luoyang." The one who spoke was Third Sister. As soon as she saw Yang Fan standing at the door, Third Sister hurriedly squatted down to greet him. Yang Fan moved sideways to let the servants pass and asked her, "What happened?" Third Sister hurriedly said, "Ah Lang, second Yangzi's pregnancy is affected. She has some pain in her abdomen." "What?" As soon as Yang Fan heard this, his heart tightened and he immediately strode to the back residence. Limited by the medical standards of this era, a woman's pregnancy and childbirth was like going through the gates of hell, so a pregnant woman's illness was absolutely not something to be taken lightly. Third Sister ran behind Yang Fan. Yang Fan hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Everything was fine, how did the pregnancy get affected?" Third Sister chased after her and gasped for breath as she said, I don't know either. I only heard Miss Gu calling for help. When I got there, I found out that second mother's pregnancy was affected. I hurriedly sent someone to find a doctor. The two rushed to Anu's residence while talking to each other. Xiao Meng had already arrived first. She was a woman who had given birth to a child, so she had some experience. She quickly helped Anu onto the bed and asked her to lie on her side. She asked many questions nervously. Anu lied on the bed and repeatedly explained to her that she was fine and there was no need to be so nervous. Gu Zhuting stood by the bed with tears in her eyes. It was unknown whether it was because she was anxious or scared. Tao Mei and other maids and old maids were also standing next to her. The two children also came to join in the fun. Si Rong was holding a dog and Nianzu was holding a wooden duckling. They walked around in the crowd of adults. Nianzu could see that everyone was nervous. He blinked his big eyes and kept asking, "Mother, what's wrong? Aunt, what's wrong? Gu, what's wrong? Sister Tao, what's wrong? Nanny, what's wrong? Nanny." Yang Nianzu shook his little head and asked one by one. He was like a chatterbox, but no one paid attention to him. As soon as Yang Fan entered the door, he hurriedly asked, "Anu, what's wrong with you?" Anu saw that his voice also changed. She was a little embarrassed and said, "Lang Jun, don't worry. I just accidentally affected the pregnancy and felt a little pain in my abdomen. I will be fine after lying down." Nianzu was usually the eye of the family. So far, he was the only male in the next generation of the Yang family. He would be the pillar of the family in the future. But today, no one paid attention to him. Now that he finally saw his father, Yang Nianzu immediately poked his little head out from between the legs and asked loudly, "Father, what's wrong with Aunt?" Yang Fan said, "The little baby in Aunt's belly is naughty and kicked Aunt. Nianzu, be a good boy and play outside with sister. Don't disturb little brother." Oh, Nianzu stared with his big black eyes and brought his precious wooden duckling in front of Yang Fan. He said, "This is for little brother to play with. He won't be naughty if you coax him." Yang Fan laughed and took the duckling. He patted his head and said, "Okay, go out and play. Little brother is still young and afraid of noise." Nianzu agreed and took his sister's little hand and ran out of the door. He said proudly to Si Rong, "Sister, little brother is not sensible. He is not as good as me, right?" Yang Fan saw that the room was full of people. He said, "Everyone go out. It's okay. I will stay here with my wife. If the doctor comes, ask him to come quickly." The maids and old women replied and left. Gu Zhuting wanted to say something but hesitated. She bit her lips and left quietly. The room was quiet. Only Yang Fan, Xiaoman and Anu were left in the room. The child was now 6 months old. Anu's abdomen was obviously bulging. Yang Fan carefully stroked her belly and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Anu said helplessly, "It's really okay. I just felt a little pain in my chest. It's embarrassing for everyone to be so careful." Yang Fan said, You have to be careful. You can't be careless. Why did it suddenly affect the pregnancy?" Anu rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Don't say it. Isn't it all your fault?" Yang Fan was dumbfounded. He asked curiously, "You were choking, why are you blaming me?" Chapter 9:22. The corner of Anu's mouth twitched as if she still wanted to laugh. She held her stomach and panted, "It's obviously a tiger's penis, but you lied to me and said it's snake jerky." Master Gu took it seriously. "I couldn't hold it in and laughed so hard that I couldn't stand straight." In the end, when Yang Fan was in Yenzhou, Governor Xie gave him a few local specialties. Although Governor Xie was arrested, he didn't return the gift. When he returned to Luoyang, he casually ordered them to be sent to Anu. Yang Fan was thinking about what the deer and wyvern could be used to nourish Anu's body. When Gu Zhuting took out the deer, wyvern, and bear paw, it was fine. But when she picked up the tiger's penis and said it was snake jerky, Anu was surprised. She thought Miss Gu was joking with her. She couldn't help but laugh. "Master Gu is teasing me. This thing is obviously for men to nourish themselves. Why would I eat it?" Gu Zhuting was puzzled. She held the broken tiger's penis and asked, "Is snake jerky only suitable for men to nourish themselves? This is the first time I've heard of it." Anu was stunned when she heard that. She asked curiously, "Snake meat? This is obviously a tiger's penis. Master Gu really doesn't recognize it?" "Many people have heard of tiger's penis, but not many have seen it. Yang Fan only saw tiger's penis and bear paw when he went to Yenzhou, not to mention Gu Zhuting. Although Miss Gu had practiced martial arts since she was young and started killing people at the age of 13, she didn't have the chance to come into contact with this kind of thing. Anu used to be young Master Zhang's personal attendant. She often went in and out of aristocratic residences. Many of the details were handled by young Master Jiang. She was like half a housekeeper. She was also the one who received the gifts from others. Gu Zhuting still didn't believe it and teased Anu, "Who said this is tiger's penis? It's snake jerky. Alang said so." Anu understood immediately. Master Gu was an unmarried girl. If she asked, how could Lang Jun tell her that it was a tiger? Maybe she was holding it like this at that time, so Lang Jun could only answer her perfunctorily. After figuring out the reason, Anu couldn't help but burst into laughter. When Gu Zhuting understood the whole story, her pretty face immediately turned bright red. As soon as she saw that she was still holding the tiger whip in her hand, it was as if she was bitten by a snake. She immediately threw it away, angry and embarrassed. Anu couldn't help but laugh. In the end, she laughed a little too intensely, causing the fetus to be affected. When Yang Fan heard Anu's explanation, he didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Anu said, "I'm really fine. I'm very uneasy because of the disturbance in the house." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter to you, but the maids and old maids can't also feel that it doesn't matter. Their bluffing is just to show their loyalty to the master. Let them do what they want. I can also tell them that they don't have to worry about anything that happens to the master in the future." Yang Fan took Xiaoman's hand and gently held it in his palm. He winked at her mischievously and said to Anu, "Xiaoman is a mother. Your situation is actually not serious. I think she can also see it. But if she came to see you and said indifferently, 'It's not serious, everyone can go home,' will you feel comfortable? Our identities are different. Some things, even if it seems unnecessary, still have to be done." Xiaoman blushed and glanced at Anu with some embarrassment. When she heard the news and rushed over, she was indeed very nervous. But after seeing Anu's situation, she felt that the servants were making a fuss. But at that time, it was really inconvenient for her to say that it didn't matter. She had to pretend to be nervous and concerned. Now that Yang Fan pointed it out, Xiao Man was a little shy. Anu softly let out an ah when she heard it. She showed a look of realization and said, I see. I was wondering why Master Gu looked so embarrassed. I also thought that Master Gu was the one who delivered my sister. She should be able to see my situation. It must be the nervous look in the house that made her feel uneasy. Langjun, go and see her. Don't let Master Gu worry. Yang Fan nodded and said to Xiao Man, You two talk, I'll go out and take a look. Yang Fan walked out of the room and saw a few maids and old maids standing in the courtyard. He didn't see Gu Zhuting. He asked third sister, Where's Miss Gu? Third sister said, Miss Gu is over at the pond. She seems to be talking to Elder Gu. Although the Gu family had their own house now, the people in the family who were good at martial arts were taking turns to guard the Yang family. Therefore, Yang Fan didn't find Elder Gu's appearance strange. He nodded and went out of the courtyard to look into the distance. He saw a small bridge flying like a rainbow. There was a rockery in the pond. Under the cover of wisteria, a man in white robes was hidden behind it. Yang Fan walked over. When he was near, he heard Miss Gu's indistinct voice. How would your daughter know? How would I know what that thing is? What can I do if Anu wants to laugh at me? Elder Gu's voice was very strict. You still dare to talk back? If you didn't go to Second Yangzi's room and didn't get involved in Alang's family affairs, would something like this happen today? Whether you're at fault or not, if Second Yangzi and the child really met with misfortune, how would you deal with it? Because you're a woman, you can stay in the back of the house. You just need to patrol the back of the house. Don't get involved in other things. Seeing his daughter's extremely aggrieved look, Elder Gu softened his tone and advised, Daughter, you and I are just a guard in Alang's mansion. You must remember your identity and keep your role. Elder Gu's words were meant to be said out of concern for his daughter. But in Gu Zhuting's ears, it was tantamount to a great humiliation. What did he mean by remember my identity and keep my role? Was I shamelessly seducing him because I wanted to get close to Alang? Although she often went to Anu's residence, it was because she was the closest to Anu in the back of the house. Moreover, from Anu's courtyard, she could be close to take care of him. Her father's words seemed to say that she often stayed in Anu's residence because she harbored evil intentions. She wanted to create opportunities to get close to the male master and become the phoenix that climbed the high branch. God pity her. When had she ever thought of such a scheme? When had she ever thought of such a plan? If she had never had any feelings for Yang Fan, she would not have been so sensitive to these words. However, she did like Yang Fan, so there was no way to refute these words. Gu Zhuting's face suddenly turned red. She only thought in her heart, Does everyone in the mansion think of me like this? Alang, Danyangzi, maids and old women. Thinking of this, Gu Zhuting's face was burning hot. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face. She slowly clenched her fist. Her nails pierced deep into her palms. But the humiliation and pain in her heart was 1,000 times more intense than the pain in her palms. She tried hard to open her eyes wide. She controlled her tears and stared at her father's old face. She said word by word, Daughter, remember? Elder Gu wanted to give her a few more words. But looking at his daughter's gloomy face, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Was that look of sorrow or shame? A girl's dignity, modesty, and virtue had been bloodily trampled by someone. But she had no words to defend herself. Perhaps it was a kind of despair from a dead heart. Elder Gu did not say anything more. He did not explain his original intentions. His daughter misunderstood. It was better to get the pain over with. Yang Fan hid behind the fake mountain. He was silent for a long time before he slowly retreated. He could feel Miss Gu's hazy feelings for him. He heard Miss Gu say in a trembling and desperate voice, Daughter, remember. Feeling the humiliation and sorrow in her heart, Yang Fan's heart was filled with pity, and an indescribable feeling. But he did not know what he should do. Especially now. The person that Miss Gu did not want to see the most was him. If she knew that he was standing right next to her and had heard the conversation between her and her father with his own ears. If he knew what was on her mind, she would probably die of shame. Yang Fan could only retreat. He lightened his footsteps and quietly left. At an inappropriate time and place, no matter how right one was, it would still be wrong. Perhaps he should find a suitable time to have a good talk with Miss Gu. The doctors were invited one after another by the Yang family. Some of them were sitting in the pharmacy, taking the pulse of other patients and prescribing prescriptions. They were also dragged into the carriage by the Yang family. The Yang family was now considered a famous family in Luoyang. Needless to say, their wealth and influence were also very high. Who dared to disrespect them? There was a doctor who was skilled in Qi Huang and was praised by the patients as having the art of resurrection. His surname was Zhao, and he was called Zhao Huixing. There was a doctor who was said to know the pain of the 6 meridians with just 3 points. His surname was Yen, and he was called Yen Sandian. There was also a doctor who could fix acupuncture points even in the dark. His surname was Huang, and he was called Night God Huang. Yang Fan furrowed his brows when he saw the other names, such as Infant Protector, Half-Immortal Zhu, Old Immortal, Living Immortal, Magic Needle Leaf, and 3 Doses Lu. These people knew the wealth and power of the Yang family, so they did not dare to treat Anu lightly. One by one, they took the pulse of Anu. Even though there was no problem, they still solemnly wrote prescriptions. Fortunately, they were all famous doctors, so they did not dare to write prescriptions that would harm others. The medicine they wrote were all medicinal properties that could protect the fetus and mother. It would not be a big deal if Anu did not take it. At this time, Jiang Shichen finally arrived. This master was the most famous among these famous doctors. Coincidentally, his master, Yang Fan, had been pushed out of the room by a group of famous doctors and doctors. Since he had nothing to do, he personally went to welcome him. Dr. Jiang could not recognize Yang Fan anymore. He had to see so many patients every day. How could he remember Yang Fan's appearance? Moreover, although Yang Fan's appearance had not changed much, his aura was very different from before. How could Dr. Jiang connect a small worker in the Xiuan workshop with the General Yang of today? Perhaps if he pulled off Yang Fan's pants, he would see the pestle-like shape again. Its color was also captivating red. Its head was as big as a mushroom, and its stem was tall and straight. Looking at its shape and color, it was hidden like a crouching tortoise and erect like an angry frog. Out of professional habit, he could still associate it. However, the patient who invited him to see today was not Yang Fan. Dr. Jiang usually visited many rich and powerful families and had seen many important people, so he was not as cautious as the group of doctors. He looked at Anu and asked about her pulse. Then he said to Yang Fan, "General is too careful. Your wife is healthy and the fetus in her womb has a strong pulse." Today, Madame only laughed occasionally. She was afraid of hurting the fetus and deliberately endured it, so she had a slight abdominal pain. Now she is fine. If General is still worried, you can let Madame lie quietly for a while and rest. There is no need to prescribe medicine or use metal or stone. Fortunately, at this time, those famous doctors had already finished their treatment and were invited to the guest hall. Xiaoman paid them one by one, thanked them and sent them off. Otherwise, after listening to Dr. Jiang's words, those famous doctors who wrote the prescription would not look good. Dr. Jiang did not recognize Yang Fan, but Yang Fan recognized him. Yang Fan had only been pulled off by a man once in his life. How could he not remember this person's appearance? Seeing that this Dr. Jiang spoke straightforwardly and had a magnanimous mind, he had a good impression of him. After listening to Jiang Shichen's words, Yang Fan said to Anu with a smile, "How is it? Now you can rest assured. Lie quietly and rest. I will send Dr. Jiang off. In front of the guests, Anu would not say that the whole residence was too cautious. She only nodded tactfully. Accompanied by Yang Fan, Jiang Shichen walked out of the courtyard and stepped on the small bridge. He said with a smile, I remember that your residence sent someone to invite me a few months ago. At that time, I was living in the south of the city for a long time to treat a Miss Dugu. Later, when I returned to the residence, I heard that I could not get to know General. It was really a pity. I did not expect that I would still come today. When Yang Fan heard the word Dugu, his heart moved and he said, Dugu? I have a friend whose surname is Dugu. May I know the name of this Miss Dugu? Jiang Shichen casually replied, she should be called Ningku from the way she calls him brother. While walking, Yang Fan suddenly stopped. His figure was still swaying in the water, but Yang Fan on the bridge was already motionless. He said in surprise, Old mister, you mean, the girl's name is Dugu Ningku? Chapter 923. Xiao Man sent off the last doctor, and was about to return to the rear residence when Ren Wei suddenly rushed over and said without rhyme or reason, Eldest madam, Ah Lang suddenly left the residence. Xiao Man was startled and asked, Does Ah Lang need someone's permission to leave the residence? Ren Wei said with a head full of sweat, No, Ah Lang suddenly took a horse and left the residence in a hurry. When we heard the news and rushed over, we did not know where Ah Lang went. Ah Lang did not ask for any guards to accompany him. Today, Yang Fan's identity was noble on the surface but even more so in the dark. He had retinues everywhere he went and could be said to be heavily guarded. But today, Yang Fan left alone and did not ask for any guards to accompany him. This kind of thing had never happened before. Xiao Man slightly frowned, puzzled by Yang Fan's strange behavior. But since Yang Fan left on his own initiative and did not ask anyone to follow him, he must have his reasons. In such a big city like Luoyang, where could they find him now? Xiao Man thought for a moment and said, Lang Jun must have his reasons for doing this. You don't need to worry, go back and wait. Ren Wei saw eldest madam say so and could only cup his hands. Yes. The southeast corner of Luoyang was originally a sparsely populated area, but because of the flood, it became even more desolate. Some scholars who studied in the capital and foreigners who came to Luoyang to work liked to live here. The environment here was quiet and elegant, and the rent was much cheaper than in the center of the city. But after the flood, prices in Luoyang remained high. These people who could leave had all left, so the south of the city became even more deserted. In the empty square, Yang Fan galloped along a deserted alley. The mud on the ground had not been cleaned. The surface of the mud was dry, but when he stepped on it, it was still mud. The legs and buttocks of the snow-white horse were full of mud. Yang Fan urged the horse to hurry, but the horse was stuck in the mud, so how could it go fast? A door appeared in front of him. The flagpole, the door, and the stone beasts on the steps all had traces of being submerged. Yang Fan jumped down from his horse and strode up the step. He grabbed the brass ring on the door and started banging on it. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Fan grabbed the knocker and knocked for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, he let go of the knocker and took a few steps back, intending to jump over the wall and enter. The mansion's door creaked open. Standing at the door was the boat lady. She wore a plain green coat and trousers, with a white ribbon tied around her waist. She looked neat and tidy. When she saw that the person who came was Yang Fan, she revealed a look of surprise, but her expression was not too obvious. Yang Fan silently looked at her, momentarily speechless. Yang Fan had never thought that he would hear news of Miss Ningku from Dr. Jiang. He did not know that Miss Ningku had come to Luoyang, did not know that Miss Ningku had lived in Luoyang for so long, did not know that Ningku lived in the same city as him, silently guarding him, and did not know that Ningku had passed away. In his heart, Ningku was like the bright moon in the sky. It seemed very far away but also seemed very close. He could feel the gentle moonlight at any time, but only occasionally when he thought of it would he raise his head to look at it. He liked Miss Ningku, but had never thought of pursuing her. It was not only because of the difference in status between them at that time, but more importantly, Miss Ningku's flawless purity, a purity that was enough to make any man in the world feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was not until he suddenly heard that she had passed away that the indistinct thread of love in his heart suddenly tightened, causing his heart to ache. Without thinking, he rushed out on the horse, but when he arrived at the mansion mentioned by Dr. Jiang, there was only confusion left in his heart. He did not know how to move. He did not know how to speak. Even tears were faintly aching, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. "General Yang? Is she still here?" The boat lady nodded, her eyes red. Yang Fan said in a trembling voice, "I want to see her, can I?" The boat lady nodded wordlessly, gently opened the door, and stepped aside. Yang Fan did not pay attention to the horse at the bottom of the steps, walked in silently, and closed the door again. It could be seen that this used to be a very elegant and exquisite manor, but now it was full of traces of flooding. The boat lady had to clean such a large courtyard alone, and so far she had only cleared some passable paths. The boat lady silently walked in front, the white silk ribbon fluttering around her waist. In the backyard, the pond had been filled with silt, and now it looked like a wilderness. The backyard was very large, and there was a slope beside the pond, on which there were stones, trees, and a pentagonal pavilion. Because this place had not been eroded by the flood, this high slope was the only place in the entire manor that still maintained a beautiful landscape. The boat lady led Yang Fan up the high slope step by step, and a strong fragrance of flowers hit his face, lingering for a long time. Although it was not stunning, there was a fragrance that could suppress the autumn. There was an osmanthus tree in front of him, with 4 leaves, white petals, several yellow pistils, and a green stem, which happily gathered together to form a soft, ethereal, and fragrant little osmanthus flowers. The peach and plum flowers in the east of Luoyang fly back and forth. Who do they fall on? This year the color of the fallen flowers changes, next year the flowers bloom again. Who is there? The ancients did not return to the east of Luoyang. Today people still treat the falling flowers with wind. Every year the flowers look the same, every year the people are different. Somehow this poem suddenly came to Yang Fan's mind, and he couldn't help but feel sad. The boat lady led him to the osmanthus tree. In the strong fragrance of flowers, there was a stone tablet, a mound, and some grass on the mound. The girl had been gone for more than 3 months. This was the place where Ningku was buried. After Ningku's death, this mansion was used as a tomb by the Dugu family. When Yang Fan saw the 4 words, Dugu Ningku, on the stone tablet, he was completely stunned. He stared at the stone tablet in a daze, and didn't even know when the boat lady had quietly left. What flashed in front of his eyes were the bits and pieces of his life since he met Miss Ningku. Drop by drop, they fell in his heart, mellow like wine. Drop by drop, they fell in his heart like knives and swords. He didn't know when the boat lady quietly appeared under the osmanthus tree, holding an ancient zither in her hand, and there was a letter on the zither. Seeing Yang Fan staring at the tombstone in the same daze as when she left, the boat lady felt sad, and tears began to well up in her eyes. "General Yang, this is what Miss Ningku left for you." Yang Fan didn't hear her voice at first, until he heard Ningku. He turned his head subconsciously. "The zither and letter that Miss Ningku left for me?" Yang Fan took the zither book in surprise. The zither was green damask. Ningku once asked Grand Duke Li for this zither. Grand Duke Li promised to give it to her as a birthday gift after she played with it for a year. Now this zither was in his hands. Under the osmanthus tree, Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, with the zither on his knees, and her letter in his hand. "I don't know when Erlang will know of my death, and whether he will come to see me at that time. If you do not come, or will never know, then let this letter be addressed to me. If you come to see me, even though we are separated by life and death, can you see my happy smile?" Erlang, when you read this letter, I don't know if you will still be a handsome and high-spirited young man, or a middle-aged man who is slightly weary, or a white-haired old man with many children and grandchildren. I don't know if you still remember the sickly little girl in Chang'an. She was crazy about you. I like Erlang, no matter if you are the heroic Erlang, the fanciful Erlang, the free and easy Erlang, the cunning Erlang, or the smiling Erlang. Sometimes you are as innocent as a child, and sometimes you can see through people's hearts. Sometimes you are overbearing, and sometimes you are so steady. It always makes my heart melt when I think of you. It's raining today, but it's just a light drizzle, a moist drizzle, just like the day I met Erlang. It also rained that morning, and it was such a light and soft rain that the grass in the yard stretched its stems and leaves. Maybe it was on that day that Erlang took root in my heart. I am not very sure, and I don't know what I want, and I don't know what I can pursue with my weak body. I have been weak since I was young, and to be able to meet Erlang was the luckiest thing in my life. To be able to like Erlang is the deepest mark that I have left in this world. I might as well follow my heart and follow fate. As long as I think of Erlang in my heart, and secretly like you, I will be satisfied. Really, this servant should be content with what I have. I am destined to be like a cicada since birth, to live in endless darkness day after day, year after year. But the cicada will step into the light one day. Although it is only a summer, it can enjoy the light and rain, and sing to its heart's content until death. I always thought that even if it is this short period of light, I will never be able to obtain it. But the heavens finally took pity on me and let me meet you. Although the time is short, it is a wait that I have exchanged my whole life for. Do you know, even if you only gaze for a moment for me, I am extremely happy. I never knew that it is so sweet and peaceful to have someone in my heart. My head hurts, and it becomes more and more painful. That kind of feeling is unbearable. In the past, I often wished that I could just die and not have to suffer such pain. But now I can't bear it, and I am more and more unwilling. But I can't leave when I want to, and I have to leave when I don't want to. Suffering from illness, suffering from death, suffering from separation from love, suffering from not being able to ask for anything. Erlang, do you know how painful it is for me? Li Taigong has sent green damask here. I really want to play a song for you, just like in Chang'an. I want to play it for you and see you smile. But I have no strength left. I don't even have the strength to play the zither. Am I very useless? Leave this zither for Erlang. You are not good at playing, but I like listening to it the most. Yang Fan slowly rolled up the letter in his hand. He only felt that his chest was heavy. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He was so suffocated that he couldn't even breathe. He didn't know that the girl as pure as the first snow had such deep feelings for him. He didn't know that the shallow mark in his heart that had been tainted by the world of mortals was as deep as the abyss in that pure and flawless girl's heart. Ningku was weak and didn't go out much in Chang'an. Why did she come to Luoyang? Yang Fan knew the answer as soon as he heard it, but he didn't expect that he and Ningku hadn't seen each other until he died. Once they parted in Chang'an, they parted forever. He didn't even have time to regret. After a long time, the sound of zither rang out under the osmanthus tree. The sound was a little obscure and the technique was not very skilled. But the player was very serious. Phoenix, Phoenix, I return to my hometown. I wander the 4 seas in search of a phoenix. I haven't met her yet. How can I understand the present and ascend to this hall? There is a beautiful lady in the boudoir. The people near me are poisonous. Why are we fated to be mandarin ducks? Who and I soar together. Phoenix, Phoenix, I perch in my nest. I entrust my tail to be my concubine forever. Friendship is smooth and harmonious. Who knows me in the middle of the night? I lift my wings and fly high. My thoughts make me sad. The setting sun was like blood. The dusky crows circled the tree. The song started with the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was flat, but the singing was sad. It was enough to make people cry. The word sad was not finished yet. The sound of the zither suddenly turned into gold. With a clang, the famous zither green damask turned into powder under Yang Fan's palm. There was a stove of incense in front of the grave. The smoke was curling up. It seemed to be transformed by the girl. It gently lingered around the player and couldn't bear to leave for a long time. Chapter 924. The night was dark and the lanterns were lit. Luoyang City was under curfew. The city gates were closed and the streets were dark. The residents had returned to their rooms and the shops were closed. On the quiet street, only a man and a horse were walking alone. Yang Fan sat on the horse, his body still straight but his eyes were gloomy. His hand was loosely holding the reins, but in fact, he did not care where the horse was going. The old horse knew the way, and it was heading home on its own. The faint sound of bamboo fluttered in the wind. Behind the walls were buildings of different height. During the curfew, the entire city was deserted. This was the only place where the doors and windows were not closed. Lanterns were hung high and the doors and windows were wide open. Bamboo fluttered in the wind and the curtains were fluttering in the wind. This was the Gentleness Square, a place where beauties gathered to sing and dance. At this hour, it was the time when brothels were open for business. Stop! Who dares to walk on the streets during curfew? With a shout, a group of patrolling Jin Wu guards appeared from the corner of the street and blocked in front of Yang Fan's horse. Seeing that someone was blocking in front of it, the horse automatically stopped. Yang Fan slowly raised his head and glanced at them. His face was pale and he didn't say a word. Yo! So it's General Zhong Wu. One of the Jin Wu guards was holding a lantern. When he saw Yang Fan's appearance, he couldn't help but be delighted. This person was the right patrolling envoy of the Jin Wu guards, Ding Xing. He had once been beaten up by the 1,000 cavalry guards. The Jin Wu guards and the 1,000 cavalry guards had a grudge against each other, and after several fierce battles, Yang Fan even led his men to charge into the Jin Wu guards' camp. Naturally, Ding Xing recognized him. Now that he saw Yang Fan in his hands, Ding Xing was overjoyed. At this time, the lanterns were just lit and the brothels weren't at their busiest yet. Many of the prostitutes were leaning against the railings, lazily admiring the scenery. Actually, the street was deserted and there wasn't much to see. It was just that they were doing business at night and it was rare for them to rest during the day. Thus, they could enjoy themselves while waiting for customers. The Jin Wu guards blocking the late returning guests immediately attracted their attention. Girls loved to be charming. Seeing the handsome man dressed in green, the girls at the top of the building waved their handkerchiefs and said, "Sir, he's only late for a moment. Let him go." There were also some women who flirtatiously said, "What a handsome young man. Why don't you not leave? Why don't you climb over the wall? I promise to serve you comfortably." This was a brothel with overhanging eaves and arches, painted rafters and carved beams. The women leaning on the railings had their hair in a bun and their clothes were half covered. They were tall, short, fat, thin, and beautiful. It was truly a dazzling sight. A soldier of the Jin Wu guards raised his head and saw a stretch of steaming and trembling Shandong big white steamed buns. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Ding Xing shouted impatiently towards the top of the building, "Go, go, go!" When the Jin Wu guards are handling matters, all unrelated people are to leave. What are you all interrupting for? Be careful, this official will punish you for obstructing official business. Someone at the top of the building immediately curled his lips in disdain. Who do you think you are? A toad yawning. What a big tone. You're from the Jin Wu guards, right? General Wu of your Jin Wu guards is right here with us. If you have the ability, come and arrest us. Ding Xing pretended not to hear it and turned to glare at Yang Fan. General Yang, although you're a general in the court, you can't violate the law. Those who are loitering on the streets after the curfew without a valid reason are either up to no good or burglary. May I ask if you're attending a wedding, buying medicine, or carrying out official business? The last time Ding Xing was beaten up by the 1,000 cavalry guards, the other party was still in the right. So this time, he was more cautious and wanted to clarify things. Yang Fan lightly shook his head and lightly said, "None of those." Ding Xing heard it and knew that it was reasonable. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Then I'm sorry. This general has the responsibility of patrolling the streets and naturally has to handle matters impartially. General Yang has violated the curfew, so please come with me. Someone come. Arrest him and let him go tomorrow morning." According to the rules of the curfew, those who violated the curfew would usually be detained and released after the curfew. Of course, if the other party was a thief or intended to resist, then it would be a different story. If the other party resisted fiercely, then executing them on the spot was also fine. Although Ding Xing wanted to punish Yang Fan to vent his anger, he also knew that Yang Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Although he was in the right, he could only detain the other party for a night at most. He couldn't afford to bear the consequences. With Yang Fan's current status, detaining him for a night was enough to make him lose all face. Several Jin Wu guards listened to the patrolling envoy's orders and swarmed forward to arrest Yang Fan. At this time, the windows of the building suddenly opened at the same time and the entire room was filled with light, illuminating the street. In front of the middle window stood a short, dark-skinned man with a wine cup in his hand. On his left and right were two tall, plump, and fair-skinned young girls, which formed a strong contrast with him. The shorter and thinner a man was, the more he liked tall and plump women, as if this would give him a sense of conquest. This man was Wu Yizong. In front of the other windows stood a man dressed in light robes. They were of different ages and heights, and each of them was accompanied by an enchanting and charming woman. It seemed that Wu Yizong was having a gathering with his good friends and only opened the window to look after hearing the women's conversation. Seeing that the person below the building was Yang Fan, Wu Yizong was overjoyed and immediately shouted to Ding Xing, "If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner. Are you still going to allow him to sit on the horse? Call him down, check his identity, and search his body for any prohibited items." Seeing Wu Yizong, Ding Xing immediately found his backbone and shouted to Yang Fan, "Dismount." Yang Fan didn't say anything and quietly dismounted. At this moment, his heart was abnormally heavy. His thoughts were still immersed in endless sorrow, and he didn't have the mood to argue with these people. Ding Xing originally thought that Yang Fan wouldn't agree, but he didn't expect him to really dismount. This surprised Ding Xing, not knowing why Yang Fan was willing to submit. But the general was watching from the top of the building and Ding Xing didn't dare to show weakness to Yang Fan. Seeing Yang Fan dismount, he shook his head to two soldiers and said, "Go, search him. Don't be fooled by these soldiers' chatter just now. If they were to really search Yang Fan's body, they would also feel apprehensive." The person in front of them was the one who led the troops to charge into the Jin Wu guards' camp. In the end, not only was he safe and sound, he was even promoted. How could they dare to provoke such a person? They could only tremble with fear and trepidation as they bravely searched Yang Fan. "Street patrol, he has a letter on him." The soldier took out the letter and just turned around to report to Ding Xing. His wrist was grabbed by Yang Fan. Yang Fan's hand was like a red-hot soldering iron. The soldier only felt that his wrist bones were about to break. He grimaced in pain and tears were about to fall. His 5 fingers naturally loosened. Yang Fan said, "This is a personal letter." He carefully took back Ning Ku's will from the soldier for fear of accidentally damaging it. Seeing that he was in high spirits, Ding Xing immediately shouted, "Who wrote that letter and what did it say?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Wu Yizong threw the wine cup from upstairs and shouted, "Take him down and show me that letter." Yang Fan slowly raised his head and looked at the top of the building, saying word by word, "The letter is not a prohibited thing. It involves personal privacy. General Wu, please don't go too far." Wu Yizong raised his eyebrows and said with an evil smile, "Privacy? Could it be that you relied on that handsome face of yours to hook up with a love letter from a shameless and unscrupulous woman?" Wu Yizong's words were meant to allude to Princess Taiping. But although he was arrogant, he did not dare to mention Princess Taiping's name in public, so he spoke vaguely. Hearing that he insulted Ningku, Yang Fan's eyes flashed and he shouted sternly, "Shut up!" Wu Yizong couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw Ningku's sore spot. He said even more fiercely, "What? Did I hit the nail on the head? Yang Fan, the B*TCH who wrote to you is nothing but a slutty vixen. When it comes to serving men, how could she compare to the women in the tenderness workshop?" He stretched out his hands and embraced the two women on his left and right. He was small and thin, but he was hugging two tall and plump women. It was really strange, but he was proud of himself. He rubbed the two women's breasts and buttocks and said with a smile, "Yang Fan, can the woman who wrote the letter be more coquettish than the women here? Why don't you send that woman to the tenderness workshop to serve more men? This kind of romantic ability." "Thief, how dare you!" A loud shout came from outside the wall, but it sounded as if it was right next to Wu Yizong's ear, causing his body to tremble violently. He saw Yang Fan leap up. With one big stride he leaped over the open ditch outside the wall, his feet stepping hard on the half of the wall that was about 10 feet high, his whole body like a monkey leaping through the sky into the air. Yang Fan's figure slightly descended, the tip of his foot kicked off the top of the wall, and like an eagle, he pounced towards Wu Yizong. In midair, he fiercely punched towards Wu Yizong's face. Wu Yizong only saw a fist the size of a bowl whistling towards him, and he was dumbstruck. Although the two sides were in constant discord, he was the Jun Wang of Hanoi after all. Although Yang Fan dared to challenge him, he always knew his limit. Even when Yang Fan rushed into the camp to save him last time, he only snatched the people and left without daring to touch him. But now he had no doubt that if Yang Fan's fist really hit him, his head would immediately become a rotten persimmon. Although Wu Yizong was incompetent, he was after all a leader of an army and his skills were considered agile. Seeing the iron fist coming towards him, he suddenly came to his senses. With a strange cry, he exerted strength in his arms and hugged the two tall and plump beauties in front of his chest. Although Yang Fan's anger was attacking his heart, his mind was still clear. He did not want to hurt the innocent. Seeing that it was too late to pull back his fist, he hastily twisted his arm and ferociously punched the window frame with his iron fist. With a loud bang, half of the window frame was smashed into pieces. Brick and stone debris and dust flew everywhere. The half window could not be hung and fell downstairs. Yang Fan crashed into the building and fell together with Wu Yizong and the two women. The floor was covered with a fluffy carpet. The four of them were not injured when they fell, but the two women were frightened and screamed non-stop. Wu Yizong scrambled 2 steps to escape and climbed up in a sorry state. He shouted fiercely, "Yang Fan, you dare to humiliate me like this?" Yang Fan roared and suddenly jumped up like an angry tiger. He punched again. Fortunately, Wu Yizong was short and his legs were low, so he could move more flexibly. He suddenly turned around and ran out of the door. As he rushed out of the room, he did not forget to close the door. Yang Fan was like a gust of wind. The Minister of Justice Wang Qinghao, the Minister of Finance Tang Xiaoxiao, the Assistant Minister of Revenue Qiu Lingji, and the General of the 1,000 Ox Guards Jiang Qiyuan all stood there dumbstruck. Their sleeves were pulled toward the door by the strong wind created by Yang Fan's rushing figure. Yang Fan's fist arrived and hit the door. An extremely sturdy door immediately broke into pieces. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Yang Fan broke through the door and roared sternly, "Dogs and rats! Where are you going?" Chapter 925. Yang Fan broke through the door and went out. Outside the door was the main hall of the brothel. Yang Fan was standing in a long corridor. The ceiling of the corridor was neatly hung with crimson lanterns. The stairs wound down from the left and right side. Directly in front of him was the main hall on the first floor. The ceiling of the hall was hung with several rows of lanterns made of thin wood and painted with red silk gauze. The lanterns illuminated the entire main hall. The 2 rooms on the left and right of the main hall were empty seats. Most of the men sitting there were open plates. They did not spend the night in the brothel, nor did they find women to sleep with. They only came to drink with 3 or 5 of their close friends. They found some girls to sit and drink with them, chat and sing, but they were not willing to spend a lot of money in a private room. Wu Yizong escaped from the private room and ran down the stairs like a mouse. When Yang Fan smashed the door with his fist, he had alarmed all the patrons in the hall. Then he broke through the door and roared. The men and women in the main hall froze, as if they had been hit by a spell. They all looked at Yang Fan in shock. A waiter, wearing an apron around his waist and a handkerchief on his shoulder, stretched his right hand forward and placed 5 plates of food from his fingertips to his shoulder. One of his feet was suspended in the air, and he was still in the position of climbing up the stairs. Downstairs, behind a screen on the left, a charming woman in emerald green clothes was holding on to a man next to her. She pouted and was about to pass a leather cup over. At this moment, she was looking upstairs in a daze, as if she was suffering from facial paralysis. Wine was flowing out of the leather cup. Another patron was standing there, holding a wine pot and pouring wine for his good friend at the same table. At this moment, he was looking upstairs. The wine had long been filled to the brim and had flowed all over the table, but he still did not notice it. The madam was holding a small handkerchief and was accompanying 2 well-dressed guests into the main hall. At this moment, she was also standing there dumbfounded. She looked up at Yang Fan, who was rushing out like a raging lion with sawdust flying everywhere. The moment of silence was followed by chaos. Wu Yizong, who was running down the stairs in a panic, knocked over the waiter who was going up the stairs. The waiter rolled down the stairs and plunged into the skirt of a girl. The girl held her skirt and screamed. She kicked and stomped her feet as if a mouse had crawled into her skirt. When the waiter rolled down the stairs, the plate on his arm flipped down and hit a satisfied patron who was coming out of a room with a beauty in his arms. The patron screamed and jumped, brushing the arm of another waiter. The waiter tilted the kettle in his hand and the boiling water spilled out. The boiling water splashed onto the gentleman behind the counter, who was doing the accounts. The old gentleman let out a strange cry in pain. His hands waved wildly, messing up the flower sign hanging above his head. Every girl in the brothel had a flower name, which was written on the sign. If someone had a customer, the sign would flip over, and this collision would turn everything upside down. The entire main hall was in chaos. When Yang Fan saw Wu Yizong run down the stairs, he quickly jumped down from the 2nd floor. In midair, he grabbed a long rope hanging from a string of red lanterns and swung it forward under the shocked cries of the guests. He landed at the entrance of the main hall. The rope swung and the flame in the lanterns tilted, immediately igniting the lanterns. A long string of red lanterns began to burn above the main hall. The old procuress, who had been stunned like a wooden chicken, immediately came to her senses. She waved her handkerchief and cried out, "Put out the fire! Put out the fire! Quickly put out the fire! You stinky men deserve to die 1,000 times. Being jealous and fighting over women, you can't ruin my family's business. Heavens, what kind of sin have I committed?" Yang Fan shot to the door and blocked Wu Yizong, who had escaped to the door. Wu Yizong turned pale with fright and ran to the side, hiding under a wine table. Yang Fan didn't think that Wu Yizong, a prince, would do such a thing and couldn't help being stunned. In reality, this Wu Yizong, other than being a prince because of his aunt, didn't have any awareness of being a noble. He had ridden pigs and climbed trees before, so why would he be afraid of hiding under a table? Yang Fan shot over and grabbed one of Wu Yizong's legs, pulling him out from under the table. Wu Yizong let out a strange cry and refused to get up. His hands and feet waved as he rolled around shouting, "Don't come over! Don't come over! Do you really want to kill me just because I insulted you a few times? If this was any other time, even if Wu Yizong angered Yang Fan, he wouldn't be afraid. No matter what, he was a prince. What could Yang Fan do to him? Would he really dare to beat him to death? But when Yang Fan went up the stairs in anger and punched through the air, that biting cold power, decisive action, and murderous expression, Wu Yizong didn't know how he touched Yang Fan's reverse scale and made him lose his mind. But Wu Yizong believed in his own judgment. This madman would really beat him to death. When it came to life and death, Wu Yizong, who always cherished his life, couldn't care less about the prince's dignity. What was a prince? When people treat you as a prince, then you are a prince. If it wasn't for his aunt being the empress, how could he be a prince? Thinking back to when he was exiled to Lingnan, in order to fill his stomach, what kind of despicable things had he not done? Yang Fan didn't expect this king of Hanoi to be so flexible. He could even use such a ruffian method. In fact, if it wasn't for Wu Zetian becoming the empress and the Wu family's chickens and dogs rising to the heavens, wouldn't he be a ruffian living on the streets? Seeing Wu Yizong lying on the ground like a tortoise, waving his hands and feet around, refusing to let him come closer, Yang Fan gradually regained his consciousness. Although his anger hadn't subsided, he couldn't ignore the consequences and really beat him to death. Yang Fan ferociously kicked Wu Yizong's butt and shouted, "Get out! If you dare to speak rudely again, I can recognize you, but my fist doesn't." Wu Yizong was really scared out of his wits. He repeatedly said, "I'll get out! I'll get out! I'll get out immediately!" Wu Yizong straightened his back and wanted to stand up. But when he saw Yang Fan's fierce gaze, he was scared out of his wits. Using his hands and feet, he crawled out of the hall and covered his face with his sleeves. Standing in the hall, Yang Fan couldn't help laughing out loud when he saw Wu Yizong's embarrassed appearance. But as he laughed, his nose suddenly turned sour, and tears couldn't help flowing down. Since he heard about Ning Ku from Jiang Shichen, his heart had been heavy. When he arrived at Ning Ku's residence, saw her grave with his own eyes, and read her suicide note, Yang Fan's heart was almost riddled with innumerable traces of tenderness of this weak, but strong, affectionate and proud girl. His heart was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. But he just couldn't cry, even in front of Ning Ku's grave. At this time, his tears were like a flood that broke the dam, rolling down. The patrons and prostitutes in the hall saw that just a moment ago he was still majestic, like a deity descending to earth, chasing that luxuriously dressed old man away like he was chasing a rabbit, but in the blink of an eye he was crying like this. Each and every one of them was dumbstruck. Seeing Yang Fan crying so heartbroken, a soft-hearted woman's eyes reddened and tears rolled down her cheeks. Her heart was filled with envy and sorrow. Which family's girl is this? Unexpectedly she has this kind of ability to make him love her so deeply? If such a man could treat me like this, I would be willing to die for him. There were also prostitutes who couldn't help feeling sad when they saw Yang Fan's appearance. Alas! Visiting a brothel to such an extent, this little brother is really, alas! The Supreme Minister Wang Qinghao, the Minister of Finance Tang Xiaoxiao, the Assistant Minister of Revenue Qiu Lingji, and the General of Thousand Bull Guards Jiang Qiyuan stood at the top of the building. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Who the hell is bullying who? When Yang Fan returned home, the moon was already bright in the sky. Along the way, there were many night patrollers who questioned him, but the people of Luoyang Prefecture didn't dare to do anything to him. The small patrol of the Jinwu Guards also couldn't do anything to this loyal general. Although the curfew was the law of the country, there would always be a privileged class. There weren't many people who dared to go against him. When Yang Fan arrived home, the two little fellows couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep sweetly, but the others didn't sleep. Xiaoman coaxed the child to sleep and asked the wet nurse to look after him. She talked with Nu in the flower hall and waited anxiously for his return. When third sister ran in happily and shouted, "Ah Lang is back," everyone was relieved. Seeing his relatives waiting for his return, Yang Fan felt a little guilty. Xiaoman happily said to Tao Mei, "Quickly ask the kitchen to bring food to Alang." Yang Fan shook his head gently and said to Xiaoman, "Wife, don't worry about it. I'm not hungry at all. Let everyone rest early." In fact, Xiaoman had noticed Yang Fan's sad expression as soon as he came in. When she saw his depressed expression and tired tone, Xiaoman nodded obediently and didn't ask any more questions. When the family dispersed, Xiaoman softly said to Yang Fan, "Lang Jun is tired. Rest early." Yang Fan softly said, "Well, you go to sleep first. I need some quiet time." Xiaoman nodded and gave a look to the worried Anu. The two quietly returned to the inner residence. Although they were worried, they knew that when a man had something on his mind, sometimes he would rather suppress it and let it ferment slowly in his heart. He didn't want to talk about it or listen to others. Yang Fan let out a long sigh. When he saw the old steward still standing at the door, he said, "Get a pot of wine and send it to the study." The old steward also saw that Alang was in a bad mood, but he didn't know how to comfort him. He hurriedly agreed and left in a hurry. When wine enters the heart of sorrow, it is easy to get drunk. Yang Fan, who originally had a good capacity for alcohol, became dizzy after a few cups. The torment in the tenderness workshop let him vent his emotions. But when he returned home and suddenly quieted down, he was still confused and couldn't breathe. Yang Fan swayed out of the study with the pot of wine and slowly paced back and forth in the courtyard. The autumn moon was like frost, quietly flowing on the ground, pavilions, corridors, rockeries and ponds. In the darkness of the night, there would occasionally be a flash of a figure, and a person would suddenly appear out of nowhere. When that person saw that the person walking alone was Yang Fan, he would let go of the hilt of his sword and quietly disappear into the night. The wine was Chengdu Xiaojiu. The yeast had been added with herbs, so the taste of the wine was particularly spicy. When he took a few steps and drank a mouthful of wine, it turned into a raging fire as it entered the throat. But no matter how fierce the fire was, it couldn't drive away the cold and lonely feeling. Yang Fan walked to the bridge and stood leaning against the railing. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky. He stared at it for a long time before his eyes slowly moved back. When he glanced over the corner of a building, he saw the entrance of the building and couldn't help but be startled.